raised and figure out an answer. Our history with government does not give us any hope that that would happen. My question, therefore, is there a scenario where we kind of pack government to the side and we hope that the private sector, civil society, and the rest of us can create some system, some structure that gets us along? Or are we stuck in this pit until we're able to fix government? What are your thoughts?
My answer, like every public policy question, is it depends. It depends on the choices we make. Everything from fixing corruption, we can reduce this to numbers. It's easy for people, and numbers are agnostic of emotion. So let's reduce the problem to numbers. We are giving, believe it or not, there are 42,000 doctors of African descent in the US.
Exactly.
There are 12,000 doctors of African descent. And when you say African descent, you are mostly talking about Nigerians.
Nigeria.
In the US. So, along with 20,000 nurses in either country, Patrick, when you do the numbers, what we are saving the UK is nothing short of $10 billion in 2024. I'm discounting the element of the multiplier, just straight dollars in terms of what we are saving them in training costs, what we are saving them in the input costs into their own system. In other words, what has the NHS got to do with Nigeria? Donald Trump says America first. For us to get to the point where you are going, or to answer your question, we have to develop a Nigeria first mentality. And it is reflected in our ability to negotiate serious terms with the UK, the US, and the Middle East when it comes to human capital, because these guys are harvesting our investment. If we don't find a way to make them return all or part of this investment, the picture is very dark. Because the resources that constitute natural capital are finite. Oil will finish one day. Gas will finish one day. If these materials don't finish, technology will overtake and ensure that you get nothing out of, you can give away your oil. It's worthless. In a clean energy environment, oil is worthless. So we have to come to terms, or put differently, our leaders, the pilot of our craft, need to come to terms with the finite nature of our resource base. We as people need to start investing in intangible wealth, the institutions, and negotiate with these parties, the harvesters. Negotiate with them. I wrote a letter many years ago to Professor Ransom Kuti when this whole business of the exodus of doctors started in Nigeria. I suggested that we negotiate with the government of Saudi Arabia and ask them to put dollars into our university system. I didn't get a reply. Patrick, these are critical issues when it comes to getting this aircraft of state to take off.
Yeah. So I've got just too many questions I want to explore, because here I'm thinking in practical terms, what next? How do we do this? Okay. So if we want to get good leaders, we need good elections, so that we can vote them in, etc. We don't have those.
Yes.
We don't know when we're going to get those. So I'm thinking, is there another way? Is there another way we do this, where maybe if the private sector could grow to a certain extent, that the government becomes kind of irrelevant, or the government is then forced to respond to all of these activities happening in the private sector? They're being left behind. They'll be forced to respond in one way or the other. I don't put so much hope in the people rising to fight and get the government to do whatever, because I just feel that the people are too hungry, too distracted to be able to do that. And so when I analyze this, I get to a point where I'm not sure what the next move should be. And my question, therefore, is there a way we get the private sector to become the lead here, instead of waiting for the political leadership, the public leadership to lead, where the private sector takes over and leads somehow? Is there a model there that you can see?
I struggle with the idea that in a government-led economy, the private sector can drive the system, because, like it or not, there is a quiet competition between the private sector and the public sector. Our public sector has suffered over the years some degree of capture. I'm talking about the civil service and, for instance, the influence of aid. When we talk about aid, it's not just cash. We're talking about instruments that open your system to the dictates of foreign parties who may not mean well for you. Or, put differently, their intentions are self-serving. They don't care about you one way or the other. What they want is for you to continue to serve their systems. If you could figure out a way where you serve their systems and serve your own system, nobody will have a problem with that. But this is not the prevailing model of international development. International development is a zero-sum game. Our loss is their gain, and our gain is their loss, and they are not willing to entertain the question of losing. Can you imagine, Patrick, if you stemmed the capital flight from Nigeria, legal, illegal, illicit, because, capital flight is a mix of things, your school fees, your children's school fees, and so on. In the eyes of a computer, is the same thing as a drug dealer exporting cash. It's a net deficit. It would be a dream, more like an illusion, to think that we can, in spite of government, make progress. Government is the gatekeeper in every African country.
Okay.
Our only hope is to elect people into government that are knowledgeable and conscious about issues of development.
It appears to me that we may be saying the same thing when it comes to aid. And the idea here is that we need African solutions to African problems. And part of our problem is that we're not thinking through our challenges. We're taking medication for something that the diagnosis might be wrong. How do we get Africans to start thinking deeply about their challenges? And this brings me to probably your work at NISA and how much NISA's work kind of fed into programs, policies that government engaged. And if you can talk me through that whole world of knowledge impacting government.
Well, first of all, I don't like the term African solutions or homegrown solutions. I prefer common sense solutions because there's nothing African about the destination or the aircraft. We have adopted the Western model of progress. We are on a quest to go from third world to first. So let's leave the questions. Let's play by the rules of this game, this particular game. African countries suffer from, go back to the issue of mental models. Our education system is not fit for purpose. There is no critical thinking built into our education system. Ours is a rote-based system where we memorize and pass exams. This model is dead, by the way. Patrick, this model is dead. AI killed rote. It does not matter how much you have in your head. Access to your computer will make all that irrelevant. If we are in a world where what we know is no longer relevant, then we have to rethink the entire educational system and begin to emphasize critical thinking. This is not new. Everybody talks about critical thinking, except when they are required to do it in their own homes. So you tell Ade, why can't you be more like your brother who is well behaved? That question is a deadly question because it creates for Ade the idea that conformity is the requirement to progress. So Ade begins to behave like his brother without thinking. When women go out to parties and weddings, they are comfortable in looking alike. Ashwebi, but there is a deadly side, there's a dark side to that culture. It's all about conformity. And conformity will not get us there because we are on the wrong track. This path dependence, we are on the wrong path. We were left with an administrative state. What we need is a developmental state. The minister is not a subject matter expert. The permanent secretary is not a subject matter. Who in the system is aware and pushing for development? Nobody.
Is there?
So when we were pushing from NISA, the value of what we offered was of very limited value to the policy makers, because your typical policy maker in Nigeria cannot relate with research, cutting edge ideas. So, and the value you put on research is reflected in the budget of the research agency. Patrick, I kid you not, NICER's budget was 1/10 the budget of the Institute of Arabic Studies.
Wow.
What the hell are we doing with Arabic studies? How does Arabic studies get our craft to lift off? That is the question.
And NICER is supposed to be Nigeria's premier think tank.
I was shocked. I was shocked as to how little NICER got. You know, it's not just NICER, the university system, the secondary school system, it's all in the mix.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think it's difficult for people in government to place priority where priority should be, to see that you need to fund your think tanks, you need to fund your thinking people to help think you out of where you are? This cannot be difficult. I mean, you understand it, I understand it. Why is it difficult for the people who put together the budget, for the people who reviewed it, for the people who signed off on it, to understand this basic, and this has nothing to do with, you know, many of the issues that, I think it doesn't have anything to do with many of the issues that we're talking about. You know, it's just plain common sense. How common sense is not seeping through?
But Patrick, it's actually connected in a system. You don't try to separate what is the cause. There is no cause. There is just the system. There is the complex. We're talking complexity science. Now, the fact that you have corruption breeds the fact that the wrong people are principals of your secondary schools, breeds the fact that your graduates, we have a live case with WAEC results right now.
We can't set exams.
Yeah, you can't. You almost can do nothing because this complex of events, the interaction of parties and their methods and corruption produces an inertia. It is, all these things are, think of development in two terms: headwinds and tailwinds. If you must cascade the matters down to simple terms, and these simple terms create a problem in the thinking. But if you must do so, think of headwinds and tailwinds.
Mm-hmm.
The headwinds in Africa are bigger than the tailwinds, and you are trying to move this craft to get to take off. It's very, very hard, but it is not the same as giving up. You must, there are many parts of the complex that can be adjusted. The results will be a lot better. For instance, if you could solve the problem of corruption in the judiciary, it would filter through the system in such a way that you'll be surprised. Okay, so back to numbers. Every 1 point you gain in the governance index produces, Patrick, listen to me, produces 3% gain in your GDP, 1% gain. So if you imagine a situation where you eliminate corruption, your GDP jumps from 3 to 6%. In development terms, that is a massive step forward.
Yep.
Then your school system, also part of your intangible wealth system, allows you to move up the product space. We never talked about the product space, but that is the complexity of what you make. As long as we're exporting tomatoes and yam and oil and gas, we're exporting primary goods. They have no complexity. There's no value added to them. All the wealth is captured in value add.
Yeah.
So until you get to the point where your justice system is working and your manufacturing is beginning to produce complex goods, you are a non-starter. So this is what we need to convince our policymakers about.
Yeah.
Some states I hear are getting this right. Abia State is one of them.
We're very impressed with what's happening in Abia State and in a few of the other states, and we hope that they find a way to share more in terms of what they've gotten right. Because I think also maybe a lack of, my people perish for lack of knowledge. Maybe we're not sharing more of these to see that they are possible. But just to invite our participants, if you've got thoughts or comments, questions, please put it in the Q&A tab. Q&A, not the comments or the chat tab, because it's easier for me to pick up the question from the Q&A tab. But Dr. Smith, there's this whole narrative about devolving powers to the third tier of government, the local governments, that if we could move monies, allocations from the state to the local government, that the folks at that level, because they're closer to the people, would do better. You were once a mayor, local government chairman. What are your thoughts on this? Because the arguments are all over the place. Do you agree that that's an idea we should be pushing strongly? And if yes, why? If no, why not?
At the risk of committing heresy, Patrick, my answer is an unqualified no. It is a complete waste of time within the present structure of local government to hand them money. 20% of the national wealth of this country, that is the fraction that gets to local government, is invariably wasted.
Those are strong words.
I say this, I would back this at any. Local government should put up their audits. Something as simple as the WASH program, public toilets, is a natural preserve of the local government system. Patrick, tell me, how many cities can you go to in Nigeria where you would find public toilets to use? How many cities have clean water? This is the responsibility of local government. I mean, you can add up all the money that has gone into local government and then do a check of the value produced.
And why is that?
I suspect that it is a reflection of the political drain of the local government. People say local government is closer to the people, but they don't fully accept what it means to be close to the people. Closeness to the people is not saying good afternoon to Mama Bisi, who's selling pepper outside the local government. It is producing services that improves the life of Mama Bisi. You can see that this woman has very little. She's committing her entire resources to her children's education. How much is the local government contributing to education? What services? I ask, and it was a contentious issue when I was in local government. What services can you come to the local government as a citizen to ask for? Can you buy wire forms at the local government? Can you pay for utilities at the local government? Can you obtain tax forms at the local government? The answer is no. So I'm saying the question is not whether or not to give money to local government. It's the entire envelope within which local government functions. I think, and this is a personal view, that local government should be part of a state government structure. People can say, well, what are the state governments doing? Well, the answer cannot be for local governments to be on their own answering to or deriving money from the federal government and answering to the state House of Assembly. The arrangement lacks coherence. And mark you, if you are losing 20% of your national income, it's not as simple as the cash you are losing. You are also losing the multiplier. Back to our discussion on what the British government, whether they are giving us aid or not. The total aid budget to Nigeria in 2024 was $73 million. The total outflows in capital flight from Nigeria alone was in excess of $300 billion. What are we talking about? We are not even willing to countenance our own reality. We keep talking about one thing and doing the other. The newspapers are full of commentary about governors refurbishing these state houses at the cost of billions of dollars. When the Senate president or the House of Assembly president or the governor is moving, he is moving with a convoy of new jeeps that are burning fuel like you cannot think of. Patrick, we have to first of all stem the bleed. We can't, there is no way to look at this without adjusting our structures to stem the bleed on ostentatious living, unnecessary expense. You know, I don't know. You and I are part of the elite that is responsible for this problem. At least we're at that age. I don't know whether we have ever been given a chance to contribute. At least I was a public servant, so I was given my chance to contribute. I don't know how much.
Let me come back to this local government, because yes. I'm trying to see if I can take bite sizes of this stuff and see if we can figure out some answers. So you were in local government, you understand it. I know the way your mind works. I know you've spent some time thinking about this issue. If you can outline for us 2-3 reasons why local governments don't work, and then maybe what we can do to fix them, something that's a bit practical. That, again, I'm assuming someone is listening to this stuff and really wants to get stuff done. Can we break down for that person? Here are some things that we can do. And if we can get those done and it moves the dial a little bit, then maybe our time this afternoon has been worth it. So what are core problems and what can we do about them?
Okay, let's start with the core problems. We need to put a floor on the level of education that can go into local governments. You cannot have secondary people with a secondary school education as legislators. They're not doing anything there. You cannot have the reporting system is a problem. Local government reports to the State House of Assembly, but gets its money from the federal at source. It gets its money at source. And then local government has got to reposition itself as a service provider. So let's go to the service provision end. Every local government, all 774 plus the development areas that some local governments have been divided into, has got to commit to service provision. In other words, as a citizen, whatever I need, local government should be my first port of call. If I need JAMB forms, I should be able to buy it at the local government. If I have a health challenge, I should be able to go to the primary health care facility. That is improving. Under this administration, there is a major improvement in the standard of care in primary health care institutions.
Yes, the minister
Yes, local government has got to be more aware of their environment, and the governors and the heads of state have got to demand from local government a destination, the standard. What is it? Key performance indicators. They have to come to a point where the local government chairman says, I'm going to build 20 local governments a year, 20 public toilets a year. 10 for women, 10 for men. I am going to fix, and that local government chairman is held to that specific promise. It cannot be that you give money to a party and the party has full discretion to spend the money. You must approve, the either public, some supervision is required of local. If we can do this, Patrick, the grassroots that local government claims to serve will be in a celebratory mode.
And so what do we do about human capital? Because here in the past we've argued, people like you and I, technocrats, should try and run local governments, but if you get there and the quality of the people is not up to scratch, how do you address that? In the past, what some of the local government chairmen have done is to rely on these development agencies to fund for people to come work with them. Do you have some thoughts on how someone who's listening now and wants to go, make their vocation fixing the local governments can address that big elephant in the room of just having people who've been fed into the system, maybe because they're related to some politician or the other, not qualified to be in those roles? You can't sack them either. Any thoughts on how to solve that particular problem?
First of all, the idea that local governments can rely on development agencies is an illusion. There is very little coming from that sector directly into development. Your write-up on the banner for this talked about Dambisa Moyo's aid. If you look into the aid budget, you realize that only 10 to 11% actually hits the ground in any community. The rest of it is spent on salaries for contractors and managers and so on that don't do anything for the people. This is a very involved question. You have asked the question, how do you make sure yes, that the human capital is, the governor could put a floor and say you can only be a local government chairman if you have graduate qualifications, or councillor in a local government. The state itself could put more effort into upgrading the thinking within local government. And if that becomes difficult, then just hand them performance indicators. Sign performance contracts with local government chairmen and enforce them.
So I have a question from Elizabeth.
By the way, Patrick, just before I left, the present president was very good at something when he was governor in this state. I was local government chairman under him. He would demand that you tell him your plans in advance. And then the first lady had a program of monitoring performance of local government chairmen or local governments as a whole. That idea has largely disappeared, and it was very potent in terms of developing local governments. But carry on. You wanted to
maybe in 1 minute. What was the thinking? That the current president Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but then as governor, what was the thinking behind creating development authorities or development areas out of local governments?
I think, and he presented the idea that local governments, as they were present, as they were structured, are not at the level where they can see the detail of the problem. You can't continue to outsource the problem. At some point, somebody has to deal with the last mile. The pothole on the road, the local governments were considered too large to be effective. But that was his thinking.
Okay. Now, so there's a question from Anne Elizabeth Onifade that brings us back to this local government discussion, but her question is, so we can change things in Nigeria, so we had a national anthem, we've changed it back to the old one, etc., etc. We're seeing now that, or you're saying that the local governments are quite wasteful. Her question is, should we be thinking of merging state governments, because they are wasteful as well? Should we be thinking of merging the state governments into regional governments? I want to extend that question to say, if human capital or the lack thereof is one of the biggest challenges we have in the country, and we don't have enough of those, should we be thinking of merging these governments into these central regional governments that then work? You use that same structure to cascade down to the states and cascade to the local governments, and ensure that, and then hold them accountable for certain deliverables? Or is this another pie in the sky idea?
There's an idea there, the value of which should not be lost, in that the governance structure needs to be restructured.
Okay.
Already, the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu has taken a step in the direction of regional government. They have created regional development commissions. That is a major, major step in restructuring. Back to our iceberg, the structural layer is being addressed. Where I depart from the ready arguments is that it is not a cascade downwards. It's not a trickle-down effect. The thing has got to be seen for what it is. It is a complex. I cannot emphasize this enough. I think the present structure of governance in Nigeria needs a departure from the linear arrangement, federal, states, and local. It has to put up urban city development. Nobody is in charge. Sometimes local governments cross cities in a way where you can get no benefit from any of the local governments. The city is left unattended. Take a city like Owo, Ife. Much of the towns, Newi, many of the towns in Nigeria do not have municipal governments. Nobody wakes up thinking, how do I attract investment into this city? Never mind the state. The governor is in the capital, but it's not the governor's job to manage cities. For instance, there are states with 4 or 5 cities that you can look at. Ogun State has Abeokuta, Ijebu, Oderemo. Who is it that wakes up thinking about the development of Ijebu Ode? There is no such person. This arrangement we have, local government, is a rural-based construct. It presumes that even if you look at the law setting up local government, it talks about licensing bicycles, licensing radios. In 2025, this is ridiculous. Patrick, we need city government to take care of the cities. We need rural local governments to take care of the rural areas. The governor now oversees the entire thing.
Well, isn't that the structure?
Everything I've said has nuances. I'm not offering an argument in detail. I'm just talking about concepts.
So, again, let me try this question in a different way. Let's assume that you're the president of Nigeria in 2027. So you've got some time to think about what
No. You're not going to take me down.
I'm not setting you up. Knowing full well that the zoning favors you. But let's assume you're president in 2027. And you don't have enough time to do all the things you need to do. Not enough resources, not enough human capital, not enough of all of those. What are the top 1, 2, 3 things that you'd really focus on? And if you got them right, it could trigger all these other things. Again, going back to that whole complexity theory, what are the top 2, 3 things that if we got them right, they'll set us up to then begin the process of, liftoff, so to speak?
I would, we're running out of time here. I would concentrate on controlling corruption. That would take into account the judiciary. I would tackle education. The system is no longer fit for purpose. I would cause vice chancellors to come up with a totally different curriculum. Interestingly, I met with a vice chancellor, a former vice chancellor, just the other day, who tells me that there is a new curriculum that emphasizes critical thinking in the picture. I would integrate industry and education much more tightly. I would look seriously at the brain drain, the JAPA problem, and how we would tackle that and negotiate with the recipients of our goodwill. And Patrick, I'm going to say something totally controversial here. I would shut down the outflow of capital from this country.
How?
You cannot have a situation where Bureau de Change is free to where citizens are able to export capital freely. In a situation where you are not trading with the rest of the world actively. In other words,
isn't that an infringement on my freedom?
Hey, Patrick, there's a choice to be made here. It's your freedom or development. And development is the goal. We prioritize, like China did, development. It did not prioritize freedom. This freedom of choice is not in itself a valuable item. It's a derivative of the fact that you are developed. What is the use of freedom if you cannot have security, if you cannot have health, if your future is constrained? What is the use of freedom there? Give me development any day.
But isn't that a slippery slope that we infringe on that, on the currency, access to currency, and then that triggers other infringements on other freedoms until ultimately we make the development, but we're all dead.
You are free within your own country. You are free. What you are not free to do is export our capital, export the material that with which, you know, you can't export our fertilizer. You can't export our seeds. We are saying, by all means, wait until the harvest before you export. But for now, when I was a student, if you remember, Patrick, I don't know whether you experienced this, but between Gowon and the Obasanjo's government, you could not import foreign-made clothes into this country. We did not die, and today I find that I'm more comfortable in my Ankara shirt than I am in something made from Savile Row.
And you're not taking a dig at me at all.
No. Patrick, I admire your suit. I admire your suit and tie. You know, but what I'm saying is, Nigeria first depends on, like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is creating for us a punctuation moment, an opportunity where we can rethink our development trajectory. We must not miss that moment with things like the freedoms and options that come from democracy. That is a distraction. My child cannot die of starvation whilst I am being free. There is no freedom there. You know, freedom is not the same as freedom to commit suicide.
Let's talk in the last few minutes we've got. Let's talk maybe on corruption, because it's always the big white elephant in the big elephant in the room. What are some of your thoughts, again, knowing the nature of corruption we have in Nigeria, the typology of corruption we have in Nigeria, and you and Ang, he has a beautiful piece of work on the type of corruption, just grand theft, that we have in Nigeria, and how it morphs and influences the rest of the issues that we're dealing with in the country. What are some of your thoughts on how we cage this dragon? What are some of the things that if an Asiwaju, for instance, says, I want to be the guy who finally arrests grand theft in Nigeria, what are some of the things he should be thinking of or doing right now?
It's interesting that you asked this question, because the last engagement I had with as DG of NISA was a program on anti-corruption based on behavioral change.
Okay.
And it was funded, guess by who? By an aid agency, MacArthur Foundation. So
Exactly.
even as we run these guys down, there are a few good guys out there that are with Gates Foundation, the MacArthur MasterCard Foundation, that will fund serious efforts on your part.
Exactly.
Our corruption in Nigeria is not peculiar to us. Anytime you see a set of factors, concentration of power, discretion, and a system of justice that doesn't work, corruption is an emergent phenomenon. So, as if I were head of state, I would resist the attempt to stem the output. I would go back to the source and say, the concentration of power, we saw it with Emefiele's governance of the CBN in his time. It was a disaster. We saw discretion and concentration of power, and then we saw a Supreme Court and a justice system that did not work. Address these three, corruption will will naturally abate.
Mm, mm. Interesting.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts from you that we've not covered, especially with regards to how we attain this escape velocity towards development?
This has to be an ongoing discussion. We have barely scratched the surface of this topic, because if you take any of the facets of what we have discussed, there is a deepening that must go on. Then we have to be able to transmit whatever we think about to the policy-making community. In other words, what is the strategic communications that come off this kind of discussion? It cannot be Patrick and Folani just chatting. You know, yeah.
Yeah, and some of it, just to circle that those dots, is that readouts of these discussions are sent to people who we feel should be aware of what is being discussed, and then we keep engaging with them and hope that it's almost like evangelism, that you reach them with pragmatic thoughts that they can implement, and it helps them, helps their career in one way or the other. And just hope that we find enough willing parties to try some of these ideas. Not easy, but we're committed to it, and we keep pushing.
I have a final thought, and this has to do with the African Union.
Okay.
There is a body that monitors the proper name escapes me right now, that does tracking of the performance of different countries.
Is it the peer review system?
Pardon?
Is it the peer review?
The peer review system.
Yeah.
Between the peer review system and the AU itself, they could set up a set of conditions that countries must meet for them to ask for aid or debt. All parties would sign up, the aid or the debt agencies, the World Bank and so on, would sign up, the AU would sign up, and African countries would sign up. What we are doing, we never really talked about the debt question, Patrick. What we are doing is borrowing ourselves into a home in Africa and borrowing the future of our grandchildren in the hope that maybe there'll be debt forgiveness in the future. Maybe not. Argentina, South America have faced national bankruptcy. Why are we continuing down this line? Yeah, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting forever. It's an interesting point you raise, and one of the research work I did at the Kennedy School was on a transparency and accountability rating system, where you've got to hit certain benchmarks of what you've actually done to be able to access the debt and grants market. But it will need buy-in from all parties, not just the AU, but all the capital and aid centers, to say you must have achieved certain measurable milestones. And the people who say that you've met it would be some members of the opposition, some members of the incumbent government, etc. And just the process of preparing to pass that test, I'm thinking, will get governments to do more.
Indeed.
And so on and so forth. But again, we haven't scratched this. I'm sure we'll bring you back to deepen these conversations. But thank you so much for this conversation today. And ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today's episode of Development Discuss. Big ideas, important questions, real conversations. Until next time, I'm Patrick Okibo, and let's keep building that society that we want to live in. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Edition of Muse. Muse is a program where we think and talk on Signature Television. Signature Television comes to you direct to home on channel 265 on SLTV. And of course, it comes to you on all social media handles, talk about YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and all the social media handles are on your screen, as you can see. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your muser. And then the chairman and the acting director, with all the positions they put here, whether it's real or fake, they have made me the chief muser, and I'm accepting that position with all humility. But don't take it to the bank, because I'm only here because you are there. Join us as we muse, think, and talk on several issues that bother us. They can be global, they can be Nigeria. But remember that they say the pepper will be more potent in that particular mortar that where it's grounded. Like the Igbo proverb said, those in Akana or Kwagwaria. So when you're talking about the issue that we're going to talk about and think and talk on this program, is going to come from Nigeria. And when you move down to even part of where you don't want to know, you want to profile, no. Muse is a global, national, continental, African program that deals with all issues that bother, especially about Nigeria as a country. Nigeria healthy once again, and I believe in Nigeria. One Nigeria all the way about. That's when we do things that will bring us and make us one. Not when we are talking with one Nigeria in one mouth. We are talking different Nigeria with different mouths, and that is deception. That's on that note I stand. The first thing I'm going to come in today has to be with an issue that deals with my constituency, journalism. Whether it's broadcast or press, whether it's social media, third or first or new media, whichever media you are looking at, journalism are the same. So there is the issue of the New York Times and the screwdriver. When it says screw, it's because they add the driver to use. Otherwise, when you hear screw, somebody is trying to. It's funny. The New York Times and the Nigerian screwdriver seller in Onitsha market. How did we get to that level? The New York Times left the West African Bureau of New York Times, the respected New York Times, got interested in stories about Nigeria, the narration of Christian genocide narrative, and they got interested. And one organization in Nigeria is Inter-Society, and CLO, Civil Liberty Organization, Inter-Society, that are trying to propagate the rights of ordinary human beings, pushing narrative of facts, trying to tell truth to the authorities over time and build a credibility over themselves. They have not been bought over, and they have not gone down like many of such organizations over time. These organizations are led by a well-respected young man He wasn't like Signaturetv said, those whose pankane were broken by them by the benevolent spirit. This young man started as an apprentice trader, grew up. So nobody broke his pankane for him. Nobody. He struggled through rank and file and grew. But he took interest and built this organization to this level. For over 30 years, we have had to do with Inter-Society and CLO. No ENUGU Marbalas as far as 30 years ago when he was working with CLO, dealing on civil liberty organizations and issues that are allied. And he built his own Inter-Society, went to school to study criminology from first degree masters and then improve himself and still run his business and run his own. That means he did not depend on anybody. And then we keep churning out facts. Most of these facts are embarrassing to every government body state. All the states in Southeast Nigeria, all the governors that have passed through Southeast Nigeria as governors, we never forget Inter-Society with their facts and what they do. And then along the line, they got involved in so many other things about the security of the region where they operate and even the bigger picture of security of Nigeria. And they are pushing us facts through research, empirical evidences, eyewitnesses, key persons interview, KIPs, and all that. And they have network of people who are allied and they're networking with them to gather information that will keep Nigeria as a country going on. And such reports they are running out. A lot of organizations abroad got interested in what they do and they've been asking them and then depending on them for information. They have never called for war. They have never given false narrative. They have never hit below the barrel to gain any political or any kind of advantage. They faced their job and they... No wonder the New York Times found that they're interested. After doing their research, they find an organization that are yielding up facts and bringing out data, and they, through a lot of network and the collaborations, the civil liberty organizations, according to the facts available to us, offered to grant them interview. And this interview lasted for almost a whole day. They came in, stayed with ENUGU Marbalas, Mazi ENUGU Marbalas of Inter-Society. The woman who led the New York Times came to Nigeria, stayed, even went during the Christmas holiday, went into the village, went to the market where this man had his business, did everything, did their photo shooting all across everywhere, got facts and moved back. And then what they were trying to research and what gave Inter-Society opportunity is it true there is persecution of Christians in Nigeria from the data? The data that the CLO released were incredible, something that anybody will want to interrogate. Is it true that over 19,100 churches have been burned for this number of years? Is it true that is the pattern that the genocide, meaning the persecution, the banditry, terrorism, and the issues Nigeria is taking that is targeted at a particular group of people? That's what happened. At the end of it all, New York Times went with their report, and what they wrote had become not embarrassing only to Nigeria, to Inter-Society organization, but totally to everything that you call journalism in the world. When there are people you look at model to look at it, and I felt bad for our constituency. That's journalism, press or broadcast, electronic, or any kind of journalism you find yourself. What New York Times have done recently by modeling of fact, telling half-truths, and pushing narrative to cause trouble has brought embarrassment, if not only to New York Times, to everything that aligns with it. What you hear a New York Times published is that they publish that it is Inter-Society led by a screwdriver seller in Onitsha main market. That is the fact that they released that made Donald Trump to get interested in Nigeria and then took the decision to bomb the terrorists on 25th of December 2025. What an audacity. What a calculated attempt to murder facts and then give a dog a bad name to murder it. But then, you know, in every fight, once a person is decided to cause trouble for people, they will always cause trouble for themselves. Because, look at it, if a whole country like America, where the New York Times operates and have their headquarters across the globe, will depend on the screwdrivers, sellers' report to bomb Nigeria, then the question is America sanity in question? Or is it in doubt? If America's sanity is not in doubt, is it the New York Times and all the things that they do with that is in doubt? Something is wrong. Somewhere along the line, something is wrong. And that's why I took interest in this, and I'm thinking and talking about why should America took decision of common man, and New York Times is proud to report that to the world without shame. Is that how America has been taking decision of bombing? How did America take the decision to go to Venezuela to abduct the president and took him to America, put him in prison there and a standing trial? How did America got to know about Greenland and the one Cuba and Mexico, that they should stand by if what happened in the recent past happened in the recent present, that they're going to take interest in annexing them as part of America? Is it that everything that the President Donald Trump, the president, the POTUS, is it 47 POTUS of the giant of the world, America, takes, and all the people, the accolade of people who work with him in White House, take reports and data from screwdriver seller? You know why I'm saying this? It's funny that people like New York Times will descend so low. And it is aligning up to the fact that quite recently, $9 million was spent in American economy to change narratives. So we have seen how narratives are being changed. And it's unfortunate, whether it's true or false, that the New York Times has fallen deeply in between. I will leave it there. What we are saying, New York Times versus screwdriver seller, who is telling the truth? And I want the world to look through all the reports and then put their decisions together, and we are waiting. We are not here as, I'm just thinking and talking, and them confusing me. My psyche is being messed up because I cannot understand this. Is it mean that the world, nobody to trust again? All those models were built up. Everybody is building on models, looking at senior brothers and sisters, the big brothers of the world in this sector we operate, that they can at any point. But the Bible was very clear about it. Say, human mind is the most deceitful of all things. So you have to be careful. And any man who depends on human being is the person that most pitiful of all human beings. Of all things on earth, if you depend on humans. So it is calling to question when we come and say, this is my model, this is my model. New York Times, you are the model of journalism in recent times. And we are going to encourage a lot of people to study your template and use it to see whether the world will become better. Thank you for fighting the screwdriver seller with the report and all the advantage you took. The next day, people from New York Times will come in and want to go and take interest and interview people, and they will open up to you. Because the Igbo say, if a blind man, after staggering to get to Udara, a fruit, after eating, he should go and struggle again and use his leg to get another one to eat. That's what you have done. Because anybody who crosses a bridge and let that bridge and burn the bridge, we always want to cross again. Because I won't kill you with Igbo proverb. It may not make sense to people. But to few people who didn't make sense, please explain to the others around them. There is mass abduction of Christians worshippers in Kajuri, in Kaduna State. It came as a rumor. I sat on a newspaper review panel and I reviewed it the day The first day the report came, the newspaper said, the DPO, the police, the local government chairman of Kajuri area of Kaduna State said, it's all lie. We knelt down and prayed to God and said, thank you, Father, of my creation, that this thing is not true, because there are so much mass abductions, killings, rapes in one small Nigeria. And before that, I added a caveat and I said, let it be that no more, not that in very near future, somebody will come and say, it's a lie. I am not a prophet. Not to talk about whether it's doom or boom. I'd rather be prophet or boom. When he said, I remember I went to church when somebody said, boom, boom, boom. God has made my business to boom, 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 boom. So I'm a prophet of boom, boom, boom. Nigeria, boom, boom. Not Nigeria, doom, doom. No. Count me out. But like it is, like as if you say, when you are dealing with, when you are talking to an albino, and the albino is doing his head like this, better hold the albino head so that he will know the one he refused and the one agree. When you are talking to Nigerians, especially people in authority, hold them strongly, know the one they say is true and the one they say is bad, because we have people who are, by their character, their positions, and the some political correct, in a country we call Nigeria, has become what they call albinic in their attitude. Sorry to all the people who are albinos, without stigmatization, without any respect, and I'm using the manner of speech. Thank God for it. But then the second thing came. Just few hours, 8 hours later, the news, boom, that there were mass abduction of 177 Christian worshippers in 3 churches in Kajuri area of Kaduna State. And all the people who were denying went silent, no other voice. What we are hearing is from the defense headquarters, the army, of the effort to rescue and all. And it calls to mind, why should a local government chairman, the police officer who paid from Nigerian money, is working in a community from a local government where over 177 people who left their houses to go to church to worship were taken away, in the same people with all the security apparatus and all, they were taken away safely, and people come and look the world in their eyes to say it's not true. Then I begin to ask myself, is it one way the barber that does not know how to cut human hair, or is it that the barbing tool is blunt? Proverb of bone and silence. Only the future and the people with conscience will answer. But it's getting to a point where it's always who has even conscience? I don't even know whether myself have conscience, because they get to a point where you live in a conscienceless society. It becomes infectious, that you do something and say, you touch yourself, you start pinching yourself. Is it me? Or do I still have conscience? Am I a human being? Do we still have conscience among people who speak for us and stand in authority and in gap to talk about us? If, as I'm taught in journalism, he said, if you are in doubt, don't go to the press, don't even publish. Why should people in authority, even if when they're sure, I'm sure we have asked some police officers about starting to find out facts about some criminals. They say, we are still investigating. It's not yet clear. We will reveal whatever our findings shortly, even if that is creative enough to push you away, assuming they do not want, if it's a sensitive information they don't want to reveal. But some people came, sat boldly, looked at cameras and turned to the journalists and said, abduction of 177 people is a ruse. And I asked myself, who did this to Nigeria? We are no more, in this case now, talking about others who are still in captivity that have not been rescued. We are talking about whether it's true or false. But the facts are revealed, even from Signaturetv, a lot of inquiries, talking from people in Kaduna through Zoom and the efforts of mass network has revealed that abduction took place and the people are still in captivity that the Nigerian Security Organization has told us that they are making effort to rescue them. And we pray God that will grant them the strength, knowledge, wisdom to rescue, and those people should come back to their families. But that's it. Now, there are certain things that raise anxiety for some of us that are fathers, whether you're a Muslim father, Christian father, pagan father, traditional African worship father, exotic religion father, a father all the same. You have children old enough to go for National Youth Service Corps, and then over time, this service has been closed. They are camping, orientation camps in different states in Nigeria that have been tagged high-risk states have been stopped over time. So some of them, the coppers that posted for these high-risk states, go to another state, do the orientation camp. When they are discharged, some of them that still want to go back to those states to serve will go. Some of them do need to be deployed, we deployed. But now, the newspaper just recently, we heard that orientation camp of National Youth Service Corps has opened up in high-risk states, and it has brought anxiety. Is this anxiety called for? Yes. Why is it called for? Because it's only a tree that we hear that it will be killed and still stand moping. Even if tree doesn't move, it can stand and be there. Some villages don't have trees that move. If you go, I'll tell you which villages you go, you see trees that move. But that's by the way. So the anxiety is who will bring out his head to be used to break the coconut of National Youth Service in one Nigeria unity. Will the person be there when the coconut will be eaten? That's the first question. For NYC prospective corps members who will travel far distances to high-risk states by road, who will protect them? Has NYC thought about the options of going to collect these people with the security at organized areas and take them to organized areas in the camp safely with the way they guard themselves, with police escorts and platoon of army, police, civil defense, and all manner? Will it be done? Will there be a guarantee? Is there a negotiation between what is happening here and what is not happening now, that there is an agreement signed that the bandits and the terror and all the people who has constituted insecurity issues and matters on our roads are negotiated, and see if you see coppers, leave them? Until these questions are asked. Opening up, I'm saying that opening up orientation camp for NYC in high-risk states recently still raised anxiety. I am anxious. It's not coming up in newspaper alone as we. I am worried because what happened in recent past, if you continue in recent present, there is continuous call for concern. Well, that's about it. The last that we want to quickly talk about, we have noticed that politics at the state, national, local government level has stepped into the traditional rulers' palaces of the much revered palaces of our traditional rulers. Recently is witnessing an avalanche of politicalization and politicking and political maneuver and horse trading. If you want to know what I'm actually talking about, all this is not going to China suddenly. Go and ask about how the open position of Awujale of Ijebu is being handled. The much revered position of Awujale of Ijebuland is now in much political talk. If the governors of those areas did not submit and bring who become the Awujale, the traditional structure set up with over time on how to select the Awujale stool, a person who will sit on that stool will be countered. The DSS has now taken over the Awujale Palace of Ijebuland, and the letter from the state governor said nothing should happen, but the people who are the kingmakers said they stand their ground. They refuse to be bought. Why are the governors in Nigeria interested in traditional rulers' tools of all the communities? Why would they be interested in who become the local government chairman? Because in all the election, local government election we have had, is always 100 by 100. So good luck. And that one is not enough. When they go into the traditional rulers council now and make sure that every community who become the traditional ruler, they are involved. Very soon they will be involved who become the husband of the wife, or who become the first son of, or the first daughter, who becomes everything, who become the Ogene man, who become the town crier of communities. The government is interested in everything. That is seen as greed of power. And over time, when a power gets through those few things, and the more I hear, we are thinking and talking, it doesn't end here. I remain your muser, Christian Chibuzo Madoka, coming to you from Signature TV on direct to home channel S265 on SLTV and all the social media platforms. If you have done well, please tell others. What you have not done well, tell us so that we prepare to do well. And remember, if you like and share and comment, it will help our situation. We move up and we are going somewhere. Please come along with us. God bless you and keep watching all the programs coming out of Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Women go through diverse health challenges ranging from reproductive and fertility issues to mental health challenges. Well, today we are discussing health issues women face and how to manage them. You're welcome. This is Inside Health, a health show where we discuss topical health issues and bring you solutions and information that will help you take charge of your health and well-being. I am your host, Chigichi Agorom, and I invite you to go on over to our social media platforms on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube as Signature TV Official. We want to hear from you, and you can also access our previous episodes. Well, we're going on a short break, and when we get back, I'll introduce the expert guests in the studio. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is still Inside Health on Signature TV, I beg your pardon, and we're discussing women, health issues that women have and how to address or manage them. Our guest in the studio is a registered nurse and midwife. Her name is Obianuju Elizabeth Okonkwo. Good morning, Obianuju Elizabeth. Thank you for joining us on the show.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
And I must say, you look stunning.
Oh,
The color brings out every beautiful aspect of you. So you're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Right. So we're discussing women's health, and rightly so, because last week was International Women's Day. So I think it's still apt and in line. So we're going to be talking about some of the major ailments that women will have to, go through at some point in their lives. So I want you to just take us through more like an overview of some of the ailments that once you mention, they'll say, it's the disease of the women. For example, cervical cancer. But I want you to just take us through some of those, sicknesses and health challenges that, women normally go through before we dive deep into the conversation.
Okay. Women go through a lot of health challenges, some unnoticed, while some are noticed. Some, they suffer through these challenges quietly because of societal influence and societal stigma. And like cervical cancer is one type of cancer that no woman should die from. But a lot of women are dying silently because sometimes, because it affects an area that, in quotes, we don't want to go there. And that woman keep dying in silence. So cervical cancer is one type of it. Then we also have breast cancer. Breast cancer is there ravaging a lot of women. It's the highest cancer death. Breast cancer
Really?
is the highest form of cancer death for women. Second is cervical cancer.
Wow.
And a lot of women are dying from it, of which, if every woman learns how to do self-breast examination, early detection when it comes to cancer saves a lot of life, because most women present at the third stage when things have already gone sour, and that causes a lot of death. Then another health challenges that women face is postpartum depression. Postpartum depression,
we don't even talk about
that is silent killer.
Honestly, is it because of the stigma that is attached to, mental health? When a woman, I remember I had this conversation. Sorry, I'll still go ahead with you. I had this conversation, and the lady was telling us so many things. And I told her, do you know it was depression you had? But she was like, her, people around her they were like, it's the baby you had. Why are you acting up? Why are you behaving like this? But she, I beg your pardon, went through postpartum depression. So the question is, why are we not talking enough about it?
Because of the societal stigma. Mental health is seen as caused by evil. Some people believe it runs in the family. So they tend to attach a lot of stigma. And most people don't want to. You find out that some that have a confirmed mental case, they hide them. They keep them indoors. They don't want to socialize. They don't even want their next door neighbor to even know about it. Just what will they say? I don't want them to say that I have someone that has. But no. They said problem shared is half solved. Keeping that person indoor, not verbalizing, won't solve any problem.
Okay.
Speaking up can solve a lot of your problem. Okay. And it borders on that stigma, societal stigma, which I think with increased awareness should stop.
All right. So we mentioned cervical cancer, breast cancer, postpartum depression. What other ailments do women usually go through?
Polycystic ovarian syndrome.
What's that?
Polycystic ovarian syndrome, just like the name, poly, many. Cystic, cyst. A cyst is a fluid-filled sac in the ovary. The ovary is is responsible for egg ovulation in women and conception. Then syndrome means that it has a lot of symptoms. So this many fluid-filled sac in the ovary of a woman exposes her to have different symptoms. And because the ovary is responsible for the women hormone, which is progesterone and estrogen, there is a high level of androgen, which is the male hormone, instead of progesterone and estrogen in the system of that woman. And you can guess what will happen. A woman, good. A woman that has high level of androgen would not ovulate.
Wow.
They have irregular periods. Some have amenorrhea, that's no menses, no period, for a period of 6 months, 3 months, because the body interprets it as, I'm not sure if it's a male, yes, or a female, you know. So they tend to have long period of amenorrhea, no ovulation, and of course, infertility.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. What other ailments are there to look out for?
Menopause, though not an ailment, but is a natural biological process that marks the end of menstrual cycle or reproductive life. If it's not an ailment, but
people complain that hot flushes, they don't understand their bodies, this, that. So it's something that we should talk more about and at least prepare.
Yes, I usually tell people at the age of 40. Start preparing your mind. It's a natural thing. And when it comes to menopause, you can't connect the dots forward. It's usually backwards. I can't say at the age of 45, I will enter menopause. There is no specific age. We can be two siblings, the same mother, the same father. We enter menopause at different ages. Yes. And not until you are there. When you record a period of 1 to 2 years of no menstrual drop, then you can now say, oh, I've entered menopause. So you can't say, as at yesterday, that next month or next year I will enter. No. It's until you are there for a period of 12 months to 1 year, no menstrual drop, then say, oh, I've entered. But prior to that, we have what we call perimenopause or premenopause, yes, which comes with some symptoms that women feel, and a lot of women go to different places. In fact, I had a client who said that she has been to 3 different hospitals treating nothing in particular.
Of course, there's not going to be a diagnosis.
You understand?
Wrong with them.
She said at a point, she said they kept poison for her. But when she came, and because I've taken history and I noticed her age, then I gave a counseling on menopausal symptoms. As I was speaking, this woman was, oh yes, how did you know? How did you know? It happens to me. She was like, this is the reason I've been moving from one hospital to the other.
Right.
This is exactly, she was experiencing hot flush. And this hot flush affects women differently. In some people, it goes unnoticed. While some people, it's quite severe.
Interesting. All right, so we'll get deep into this conversation right after our special report. So I want you to pay rapt attention to our special report coming up on most of the illnesses that women go through, and of course we'll discuss how to address them after we come back. So stay tuned.
Women's health is multifaceted and complex. Across the globe, women face a range of health issues, many of which are unique to their gender. From reproductive health to mental well-being, these challenges can significantly impact their quality of life. But the good news is, with awareness and proactive care, many of these issues can be managed and even prevented. We will take a closer look at some of the most common health issues affecting women, and more importantly, how women can address them for better health and well-being. Let's begin with one of the most important aspects of women's health, reproductive health. From puberty to menopause, women experience significant hormonal changes that affect their bodies in different ways. Menstruation, pregnancy, and menopause all bring their own set of challenges. For many women, heavy periods, painful cramps, and irregular cycles are part of their lives. These conditions can be symptoms of underlying issues like endometriosis, polycystic ovary syndrome, or fibroids. While these conditions are common, they often go untreated or are simply accepted as normal. Addressing these issues begins with awareness. Regular gynecological exams, open conversations with healthcare providers, and tracking menstrual cycles can help identify when something is wrong. Early detection and treatment can make a significant difference in managing symptoms and maintaining a good quality of life. As women enter premenopause and eventually reach menopause, they face new challenges, often associated with fluctuating hormones. Symptoms such as hot flashes, mood swings, insomnia, and vaginal dryness are just some of the common effects that can be uncomfortable and disruptive. While menopause is a natural phase of life, women can manage these symptoms in a variety of ways. For some, hormone replacement therapy may be helpful, but for others, lifestyle changes such as regular exercise, a balanced diet, stress reduction techniques, and staying hydrated can bring relief. It is crucial for women to consult their healthcare provider to determine the best approach for managing menopause and to ensure that they are not suffering in silence. Mental health is another significant area of concern for women. Anxiety, depression, and stress affect women at higher rates more than men. Life's many pressures, work, family, societal expectations can take a toll on a woman's mental health. Many women also face eating disorders and struggles with body image, often exacerbated by unrealistic beauty standards portrayed in media. Unfortunately, women tend to carry a large emotional burden, sometimes feeling that they must juggle all of life's demands without asking for help. The first step in addressing mental health issues is to break the silence. Seeking professional help, whether through therapy, medication, or support groups, is essential for healing. Women must understand that asking for help is a sign of strength, not weakness. In addition to professional treatment, self-care practices like mindfulness, exercise, healthy eating, and maintaining strong social connections are also crucial for supporting mental well-being. Another common but often overlooked issue for women is osteoporosis, a condition that causes bones to become brittle and weak. Women are at a much higher risk of developing osteoporosis, particularly after menopause, when the body's estrogen levels decline. This can lead to fractures, especially in the hip, spine, and wrist. The good news is that osteoporosis can often be prevented or managed with proper nutrition, including calcium and vitamin D, along with weight-bearing exercises. Regular bone density tests can help detect early signs of osteoporosis, so that women can take proactive steps to maintain their bone health. Autoimmune diseases are another significant health concern for women. Conditions like lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, and multiple sclerosis affect women more frequently than men, and they often require complex treatment regimens. The symptoms can be vague and vary greatly from person to person, making diagnosis difficult. For women living with autoimmune diseases, it is crucial to find a healthcare provider who understands the complexities of these conditions. Early diagnoses and personalized treatment plans, often involving a combination of medication, lifestyle changes, and support, can help manage symptoms and prevent flare-ups. In the face of all these health challenges, one thing is clear: women's health is a lifelong journey. It requires constant attention, awareness, and proactive care. Whether it is reproductive health, mental health, heart disease, or autoimmune conditions, women can lead healthier lives by staying informed and seeking the right support. The key to addressing these health issues is recognizing the importance of regular checkups, healthy habits, and most importantly, knowing that it is okay to ask for help. Women deserve to live not only longer lives, but healthier lives, one where their health is a priority. Thank you for joining us today. We hope this special report has empowered you to take charge of your health and embrace a proactive approach to your well-being. Stay strong, stay healthy.
Many thanks for still staying with us. We are still discussing health issues women face and how to address them. And Nurse Uju Lizzie Okonkwo is still in the studio. I hope I can call you Lizzie.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so let's take this discussion in a particular sequence. We're going to discuss maternal health. We're going to discuss reproductive health, then mental health, and probably the cancers and any other issue, menopause, that you want to talk about. So let's start with infertility, reproductive health. I know you've mentioned the polycystic ovarian cyst syndrome. You've also mentioned, there was something else you mentioned, I've forgotten, but there's also the issue of fibroids. There's also the issue of infertility. Now, what are the predisposing factors? What are the things that can make someone more prone to some of these, issues more than the other person? Taking, for example, fibroid, because that's the more, well-known, health challenge that women go through. What are some of the predisposing factors for fibroid?
Okay, fibroid is an abnormal growth in the uterus, and we call it myoma. Okay, and the uterus was created to harbor something. So at a certain age, is expected the reproductive hormones is active, and the uterus is expected to carry something. So if at a certain age it has waited so long and nothing, it starts to make up something to carry.
Really?
Yes, it wants to carry something. So if not a child, let me develop a skin and carry something. That is, in layman's language, this fibroid.
Really?
Yes, when the uterus waits for a long time, for example, you'll usually find it in women of older ages.
But then there are still some women who they are still giving birth, they are actively giving birth, yet there's still fibroid issues.
Yeah, it was there before the conception.
Okay.
Fibroid varies. We have different sites. We have subserosal, we have intramural, depending on the site. Intramural affects the inner, the myometrium.
Can you break it down?
Okay, the uterus have different layers.
Okay.
So the third layer is what we call the myometrium. Okay. And that myometrium is where the fetus is embedded.
Okay.
So fibroid in the intramural is embedded in the place the baby is supposed to. So that site usually affects infertility. It affects conception.
That's the type of fibroid.
The type of fibroid that affects conception. If at the subserosal, the serosal level layer, most times is the second layer of the uterus.
Okay.
Okay. If the fibroid is there, remember the myometrium, the inner layer is empty. So the baby can cohabit with the fibroid.
Really?
Yes. But in most cases of intramural, the inner layer, fertility becomes a problem because it alters the cycle, the menstrual cycle. Remember, everything about conception borders down to ovulation. If you must ovulate to conceive. So it alters the menstrual cycle that the eggs are not matured for you to ovulate and leading to infertility. So one major factor is elderly primates, we call them, when in older age women who have not conceived for the first time, the woman have waited for like 40 years, no child. So age is a major factor. Then hereditary, genetic research has shown that it's genetic. Then we also have obesity, increase in weight, yes, has been found to contribute in the sense that fat deposits in the vessels, and it also causes immature ovaries. And when it's immature, you can't ovulate. So these joined together affects infertility. And
so you have mentioned weight, genetics and age as predisposing factors. Now tell us, what are some of the symptoms that could point to a lady, having this? Because some people might actually carry and not know that they are carrying these things. For example, fibroid.
Yeah.
Well, except for polycystic ovarian syndrome, that I read that it's quite painful, but some actually are.
Some are mild.
Yeah, mild, that you may not even know. So
notice. What
are some of the telltale signs that a lady will look at and say, oh, I should probably go and see a doctor or get, some kind of health advice?
Okay. Most uterine myomas, uterine fibroids.
Please, can you use, can you speak English?
All right. Most uterine fibroids are characterized by history of no menses or irregular menses. you start noticing, in some people, they notice scanty menses. Maybe your menses is supposed to flow for 4 days, and on the first day, it came out, and that's all. Just one day. And some people, just a drop, not even full, just scanty for 2 days, and that's all. It should be a cause for concern for any woman of reproductive age that your menses is not flowing complete. Some people, they have a flow day of 3, they have 4, some have 5. But when you notice that it's scanty or different from normal, in some people, it comes out heavy flow. Yes, you're on a normal, you notice that your menses flows for 4 days with using 2 parts a day. Then all of a sudden, you notice in a day you are using 5 parts. You can't even see it. It's pouring as if heavy flow. Is a cause for concern. Fibroids has such. Then in some people, they have pain prior to their menstrual cycle. Different from menstrual pain, yes. Menstrual pain, it starts at the site. Then in some people, they notice abdominal increase in abdominal size. Based on the size. Not everybody. There are some that their stomach is as flat as, but it's there, depending on the size.
All right, so someone is listening to you and the person is like, oh, I do experience at least 1 or 2 of these symptoms. Oh, or I know someone. Oh, my sister is experiencing. What will be your advice to them? What is it that they should do immediately?
Okay, if you are a lady of reproductive age and you've recorded a history of no menses, I usually say every woman is a mathematician. Once you are a woman, keep your calendar, get your records, record your cycle. So that, because you find out some people, you ask some ladies, when was the last time you saw a menses? They say, oh, I can't even remember. No, you should, even if it's your phone, your calendar. I remember growing up, we used calendar and red pen. Once we see our menses, we go and tick that date.
Yes.
So it helps you to,
actually.
Yes, it helps you to connect the dots. If you stay 40 days, you've not seen your menses, it's a cause for concern. Not to talk of 2 months. So missing a period is an issue. Then, if you notice any difference from your flow, your usual flow, it's a cause for concern. Don't just wait and say, after I'm not married. No, it's not when you are in the stream you start looking for cake. Yes. No, you should, when you track your cycle, it helps you to know what is normal, for you to be able to dictate what is abnormal.
Sure.
You can't dictate abnormality when you don't even know, what is your cycle. I usually ask some young girls, what is your cycle? Some just assume because they said everyone is 28. But I said everybody is not 28.
True.
Some people are 26, some are 27, some are 30, some are 31. So what is your own? And you won't know that unless you keep your dates, your records.
Very quickly, can you please track the calendar for us for menstrual flow? Because menstrual cycle is not just when the menses, when the blood is coming out.
Yeah.
Like it's like a
month.
It's a cycle.
Yes.
Can you trace the calendar? Okay, the first 14 days, this is what you expect. Then this is when the blood flows, and then this is when ovulation happens. Can you just track that quickly before we get on to the next topic?
Okay, like I said earlier, every woman has their cycle. So I'm going to give an example using 28 days cycle. If your cycle is 28 days, the first day of your menses is your day 1.
Good.
So depending on how many days it flows, some people, their own flows for 4 days, some 3 days, some 5 days, depending. When it stops is the last day it flows. Then for a 28-day person, your ovulation is on the 14th day.
From that first day that you saw your menstrual blood.
Okay. But 10 days after, before then, you are relatively fertile.
Ovulation.
Relatively.
Okay.
Relatively. Because at that point, you find some women, they start noticing the slimy discharge, which is not ovulation.
Oh.
Yes, it's not ovulation.
You know that there's this sticky whitish discharge, and then there's a slimy water-like discharge.
Water-like. The water-like comes before the thick one.
Okay.
So from the 10th day of your cycle, starting from the first day of blood, is those, you start from 10th day, 11th day, you start noticing those slimy egg whites. Yes. Then on the 14th day for a 28-day cycle, you see that it could be not necessarily 14th-day morning. It could be afternoon. It could be even in the night.
On differences,
yes.
differences.
So that is ovulation. Some people have ovulation pain, maybe depending on the side that is being released, maybe left or right, but not everybody feels that. So you shouldn't wait for the pain. That's slimy, thick mucus is the ovulation. Oh. And remember, some people can ovulate without egg.
Really?
Yes, we call it anovulation.
How would someone know that this ovulation is not carrying any seed?
Yes, because when you notice that's thick mucus.
Yes.
It has different consistencies.
Okay.
Yes. There's one that looks like kata.
Yes.
That you can drag.
Yes, yes. The thick one.
Yes. It helps you to know that it has egg. Because sometimes I see my mucus, but it's without egg. Egg was not really.
Just the way that there are some men that could produce semen and there's no egg inside.
Exactly.
There's no sperm
inside. You can ovulate without egg.
And that's primary infertility.
That, of course.
That takes us to infertility.
Of course. Infertility is a comprehensive one.
Let's try.
Is a comprehensive one.
Let's talk maternal health and infertility. What are the primary causes of infertility?
You know, in our society, infertility has been seen like a woman issue, but I can tell you it is not. It's no respect of gender. Men, women, we have different causes. And in fact, the current research, 33% causes are from men, 33% from women.
Wow,
so
50-50.
Yes. I had a friend, one of my friends that works in an IVF center. She told me, Lizzie, the rate of infertility in men is alarming.
Really?
Is alarming. You know, initially we thought it's the women. No. Now it's 33%.
Okay, but let's focus on the causes for women.
For women.
Well, this is a cause for alarm.
Yes, it is. It is. We have the primary causes, primary type of infertility. We have the secondary type. Then we have the unexplained type, because there are some people. The primary type is those that have never been pregnant since they are a woman, a lady. They've never missed a period. That's primary infertility. Then the secondary infertility, you've noticed some people that have had one child, and after which is not forthcoming. That's secondary. Then unexplained. You find some women, they menstruate, they ovulate, they are fine, and yet pregnancy is not.
Some people will say that, I don't know if it's conventional medicine, but some people will tell you, and you will hear, especially the tradomedical, that you have acidic tube for the woman. Is it a fact? Or so that when the sperm comes in, the acidity will just kill
it. We have our body pH, but that's not the acidic nature. Was there any investigation to back it up? You understand? Yes, our vagina has the pH, but
the cervix, does the cervix have the same pH as the vagina?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, and the unless you have an investigation that could tell that this cervical mucus is high acidic, then you can give that diagnosis. Okay. So for the causes of infertility in women, we have tubal causes. You know the fallopian tube, when the ovaries are fertilized by the sperm, the fertilized egg have to swim.
Yeah, we should put up the diagram so that the viewer can understand what we're talking about.
This egg have to swim through the tubes to the uterus. So if the tubes are blocked, it can't flow. There is a blockade there. So it can't get to the uterus.
So what happens to the egg if it can't get to the uterus? It disintegrates?
It disintegrates. It calcifies. Yes.
Can it cause cysts?
No.
Okay.
No. We are coming to cysts.
Okay.
So those are the tubal blockage. Can be a factor, a cause of infertility. Then we also have uterine factors. The uterine factors like fibroid that we just mentioned. We have endometriosis. We have polycystic ovarian syndrome. Then we have uterine synechia, we call it.
What does
when the uterus is a congenital abnormality. You find some women that their uterus are kind of closed. Rather than open to harbor. Though in some women is as a result of maybe they've had any surgical intervention that tampered with the uterus, then it healed up and the scarred up. Okay. Then we also have I've mentioned the tubal factors of infertility, then the hormonal factors. We have hormonal factors when women are hormone regulated. We have progesterone and estrogen. So and these hormones, that's why we call it menstrual cycle, and it's a phase. While in school, we plot it as a graph. These hormones are undulating. They don't go together. The menstrual phase is known as the progesterone phase. The progesterone is at its peak. Then when it drops, the estrogen takes up for ovulation.
So it's a continuous feedback.
Yes. So when, due to some factors, the progesterone remains at that level, what happens? Estrogen, which is responsible for ovulation, can't function, and that woman can't get pregnant. So that's the factor, hormone imbalance. Then we go to ovarian factors, the ovary, when there's immature ovary, because it's a matured one that will be fertilized due to some factors also that can also be hormonal. Then the ovaries are not matured to be released to rupture for ovulation, and that can also cause infertility.
With IVF and surrogacy, do you think every woman that wants to have a child should have a child?
Of course, that is a prayer answered, because it has done 50%, if not more. That's almost every woman, because with IVF we have different types. If, for example, a woman is having the ovarian problem as a cause of her infertility, we have egg donors.
Really?
Yes.
Well, how affordable is this?
Yes, that's another issue, because it will interest you that a lot of young girls are now using it for business. To make money. You go, they harvest your egg. They pay them mega money, but when you come to access the eggs, the price is high, but is available. It's available.
Okay.
So then also surrogacy has also helped for people like that has a uterine synechia that I mentioned is an option.
So surrogacy involves taking the woman and the man's cells?
No. If the woman doesn't have egg problem, the ovaries are okay and healthy, then the man's sperm is okay, then they can use the couple and fertilize in the lab. Then surrogacy is getting an external person.
Okay, so you're saying, let's take it down so that people can understand. Now, this woman has issues with her uterus. The husband is fine. She's fine in terms of egg production. Are they going to have sex, or they harvest the woman's egg and harvest the man's sperm?
Exactly.
Fertilize it outside of the body or inside the body of the surrogate mother?
It's outside.
Really?
Then implant.
What percentage of success has this recorded?
Most cases above 70%. Depending on many factors. The viability of the eggs.
Okay, we might not have time to go into it. I have to call you back so that, because my brain is going like this. My antenna is going, so I have to invite you back. All right, so let's skip infertility, because infertility is one issue that we might not be able to exhaust even in a day. Okay, so let's talk about cancer. You mentioned earlier breast cancer being number 1. Cervical cancer number 2. I think you also mentioned that some women do not know how to test themselves. Tell us about that.
Okay, for breast cancer, like we know, the cause is unknown, but we have some risk factors, and research have shown that no breast cancer is acute, it's emergency. It does not start overnight. Before a woman is diagnosed of breast cancer, that cancer cells have been in her for nothing less than 5 years.
Wow.
Yes. So that is why we create awareness. Every woman of reproductive age should know how to do self-breast examination.
Can you just tell?
Because breast cancer, research has shown that most cancer cells start from what we know as lump, breast lump. And this lump, 3 factors you should look out for to identify a breast lump. It is hard, like a peanut, not very big, and it is painless. Hard, painless, and mobile.
Oh, mobile. So
Mobile is
at
not,
one point.
yeah, like it's not fixed. It's not attached to your skin.
Okay, yeah.
It
Somewhere
moves.
within the
Yes,
matrix of the
it
breast.
moves around. At the time when you find it, you try to, because of the adipose tissue is embedded in, you try to get it. So it's mobile. It moves around. It is painless. It is hard. And how do we do this self-breast examination? When you lie on your bed, a flat surface, it can be on the floor, removing your dress, you place your hands on your head, one hand, then you use the pad of your hand, this place, starting from your armpit, because this lump sometimes can lodge under the armpits, yes. So you start from your armpit, using the pad of your hand, and you press in a circular form, pressing your breast down to your chest, and you move. You continue moving. You are moving without raising your hand. You are looking out for that hard knot. It's like a knot, hard, palm kernel knot. So when you move, you keep moving and keep coming closer until you get to your nipple and press down. When you are done, you press your nipple. Your self-breast examination is not complete without pressing your nipple.
Why?
Because we found out that a lot of women go about with breast milk coming out from their nipple.
And they're not
blood,
pregnant?
pus.
What?
Some don't know. So your breast examination is not complete until you press your nipple. If you are not pregnant, you are not lactating, nothing should come from your breast. Not even milk, not even pus or blood. So that's the essence of checking, because continuous presence of fluid, milk or blood in the breast is and become cancerous.
So even though you may not have found any lump, if you find any kind of exudation or discharge,
please go to the hospital.
Wow.
Yes.
Let's go to cervical cancer.
Yes. Cervical cancer is one type of cancer I usually say no woman should die from. But is the second highest cancer deaths in women.
Why do you think no woman should die from it?
Because unlike every other type of cancer, like I said, breast cancer, we don't know the cause. Cervical cancer, we know the cause. Cervical cancer is caused by human papilloma virus. And this virus is sexually transmitted. Men can contact it, women can contact it. But it doesn't affect men. Why? Because this virus has affinity for the cervix. Men does not have cervix. So a man can have it and live very healthy all the days of his life and die healthy without any problem. But that doesn't mean he can't share it to the woman. You understand?
Wow.
So that is why I said no woman should die from it. But women are dying. Why? Just for one singular fact that we don't want to get screened.
Is it invasive? I mean, the screening?
Not really, because, you know, when we talk about cervical, the cervix, the neck of the womb is hidden and is in a part that you are shy to talk about the cervix, and there is no blood test to do to check for cervical cancer.
No serological
test. It's localized. You have to go to the cervix, and most people don't want you to go there. No, please.
Is it painful?
It's not painful. Just that's, I don't know if I should.
Discomfort.
That discomfort, and that they feel you are intruding in their privacy. But I usually say, cervical cancer stage 1 and stage 2 does not have any symptoms.
So unlike breast cancer, there's no way you can even identify it
without
early.
Being tested. You can't identify. In fact, you will have your children with stage 1 cervical cancer. Your husband, you will enjoy a sexual life very well without, by the time you start experiencing some symptoms, it's rather late. It's rather late. And another thing, cervical cancer is preventable. That's why I said no woman should die from it. It's preventable. We have the human papilloma virus vaccine, which the government introduced that should be given to our young girls 9 to 14 because the virus is sexually transmitted. We believe at this age they are not sexually active. So let's prevent before they are sexually active. Then, stage 1 and stage 2 can be treated 100%.
With what?
Using cryotherapy.
What's cryotherapy?
Cryotherapy is the latest technology for the freezing of that site. By freezing. Treatment by freezing. Initially, we used to use ablative by burning, but over time, because it's highly invasive and the pain, with research technology, now it's by freezing, which relatively not painful.
So chemotherapy is?
Chemotherapy is there, but for cervical, at stage 1 and stage 2, cryotherapy does wonderfully well.
Okay, since the symptoms are not so obvious, what are some of the preventive measures? You know, you said it's preventable.
Yes.
Take us through before we get to the next
okay,
topic.
For cervical cancer, like I said, is sexually transmitted. So, healthy sexual life. Healthy sexual life is ensured. Be faithful to your partner.
Good.
Safe sex practices. Because we have different strains and multiple sexual partners, you are exposing yourself. That will further reduce the immune system and all that. So safe sex, then vaccination is also an option.
But you know how it is with us and vaccination, vaccine hesitancy. How you guys are, you know, managing this challenge? Because I remember when the last vaccine rollouts for cervical cancer, many women,
a lot of rumors
you know
everywhere,
the rumors and the controversies.
Rumors everywhere. But with constant education and awareness, you know, should be able to come through, because I think he's ignorant. Yes, and with health education and awareness, our mothers are responding and they are coming, bringing their young girls for this vaccination.
All right, so let's go to menopause and menstrual health. Although you have talked extensively on menstrual health, women are not prepared enough for menopause. And when it hits, they don't even know what hits them. What is your advice?
Please, once you are a woman, please be prepared. Menopause is sure. It's a natural phenomenon. It must come. Just that we don't know when. Just like the coming of Christ. We don't know when.
So it's going to come like a thief.
It's going to come. It's going to come.
Okay.
And it comes with some symptoms. Like I usually say, just to make my clients laugh, I say on a lighter note, I said, most times he's angry that he's living. I'm not, he's just trying to pick all the reproductive hormones and just be shaking everywhere.
It's so ironical because with all the issues that come with menses, the blood, the discomfort, the dysmenorrhea, things like that, the pain, you'll be happy that he's living, shouldn't you? Shouldn't you be happy that he's living? But I don't know why we are not happy he's living.
He's living,
right?
You know, it comes with some discomfort. In some women, it goes unnoticed, while in some women, it's quite severe. But because it's a natural phenomenon, there's little or nothing you can do. You just manage symptomatically. For example, the hot flush, which makes you feel that heat rush. Just stay everywhere is a bit calm, cool, and all of a sudden you are just soaked. That is what we call hot flush. Because some just hear hot flush. While in some people, they start feeling burning sensations in their hands, their palm, then their foot, which some will misinterpret and say is they kept poison.
Achere,
you know. So, but this hot flush we are talking about is a menopausal symptom. So for the hot flush, all you do is to get hanky, not just hanky, towel. Then you use cotton clothes, not nylon. Cut down on dark clothes. You know, dark conducts heat, so it absorbs heat. So just cut down, wear lighter clothes. Try to bathe, get yourself comfortable. Then that's for hot flush. Some women, they experience vaginal dryness because the reproductive hormones that lubricates those areas have gone.
Hold that thought.
Okay.
How do women continue to enjoy sex after menopause? Because you just mentioned that that part dries out.
Yes.
And once that part dries out, I'm wondering what's going to, you know, so how are women expected to still, you know, stay sexually active, given the fact that the husbands are still active?
Very much, very
age?
active, yes.
What's your advice?
Menopause should not be the reason why you shouldn't enjoy your sexual life.
Really?
Yes. With that dryness, I usually say that sexual relationship is more psychological. Oh. So if really you're still with your husband and that love is still there, you should be able to put your place in yourself in that point that I will enjoy this. Then for those that in some people is usually very severe, the dryness, we encourage them to use lubricants. We have water-based lubricants. The water-based we recommend for menopausal. It doesn't have any side effects. It's used everywhere in the pharmacy. You ask for water-based, which helps to get that place a bit, and you enjoy your sexual life.
Now, you have also alluded to the fact that it's because of, you know, hormonal issues. That's why that place dries up. What if there's a treatment? Is there a treatment? That's my question, actually. Is there a treatment where someone goes on supplement and hormonal therapy that helps that place to, you know, keep producing, you know, wetness for sex?
Yes. Not generally, we recommend for menopausal women to go for some supplements. Then we have hormone therapy, which is most women frown at it.
Why?
Maybe because of the costs.
Okay.
And it's not really common. So that's why most times we say, okay, you can use lubricants. You can use lubricants. Menopause should not be the reason why you shouldn't enjoy a sexual relationship. So supplements are there.
What sort of supplements?
Not only because of the hormonal, the wetness of the area. Also, you know, menopause have other effects on other parts like the bones. So
we're going to get there.
Calcium is there, your vitamin D is there, and these will help. All
right, so we are running out of time, and I'm looking at you. I want to grab you and take you home so that I can ask you more questions. But let's talk about osteoporosis and arthritis.
Okay.
Given the years of losing blood every month, it's obvious. I mean, it's needless to say, women lose a lot of macronutrients and micronutrients.
Yes.
Probably leading to, once a woman enters a particular age or stage, you see her complaining of spondylosis, arthritis, osteoporosis, and things like that. How can women prepare themselves ahead? Probably you mentioned 40, 45. Is it to take supplements or exercise? What are the things that they can do in preparation? There must be a way that you can prepare your body so that once menopause hits, you don't have to just, you know, disintegrate.
Yes. Diet is very important. What you eat. They say you are what you eat.
You are what you eat.
With that consciousness that menopause I'm approaching, you should increase diets that are rich in calcium because it helps in bone density. Then also vitamin D is also there. Then physical activities, not rigorous, but range of motion activity. Then weights. You know, osteoporosis, osteoarthritis is the bones that carries the flesh. So when the flesh is heavier, the bone will bend one side, you understand. So make it fit, proportionate to carry, that it won't be a burden to carry. So once you encourage and maintain physical activity and watch your weight, then your diet, it will help you in preparation. And with your supplements,
what kind of supplements?
Most times, these supplements.
I think I'm bombarding you with a lot of questions at the same time. So I apologize. But we need to get it out of you.
Yes. I'm very skeptical of prescribing supplements because, you know, most of these supplements are not locally made. And they are made for, we brought the imports, and they were made specifically for those people. So I can't really tell what it does because our genetic makeup are different. What it does to those people might be quite different. Yes. So most times I encourage diets. Like this, you see this biscuit bone. Biscuit bone. Sometimes when you get to the market, you see them gather it. They brought it out from cows. All those. It's very good. Very rich. Yes, very rich. Very rich in calcium.
Absolutely.
So you can then vegetables. You can do with that.
All right, so we're still discussing women, health issues, challenges that they go through and how to address them. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you health tips for aging women. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thank you so much for staying with us up until this moment. Don't forget, we want to hear from you, and we want you to watch our other, previous episodes on Inside Health. So go on over to Facebook, YouTube, TikTok at Signature TV Official. We just concluded our conversation, our very insightful conversation on health issues women face and how to address them. And thank you so much, Uju Lizzie Okonkwo, for coming in to, give us your insights. You are really wonderful.
It's my pleasure.
Absolutely, absolutely. And don't forget, your health is your wealth. Take charge of your well-being, and you'll be glad you did. Still your host, Chigichi Agorom. Bye for now. And here are the tips for women who are aging. See you next time.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience. Our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible, and it is history taking shape. From the dream team, we can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person.
This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, so very quickly, I'm going to be introducing our next speaker for today's conversation, and that will be Mr. David Anyele. So David Anyele is the pioneer chairman of the Abia State Commission for the Welfare of Disabled Persons, and also the founder and executive director of the Center for Citizens with Disabilities. A respected advocate for disability rights in Nigeria, he has dedicated over 2 decades to advancing inclusion, equality, and social justice for persons with disabilities. In 1999, during the Sierra Leone Civil War, Mr. Anyele survived a brutal attack that resulted in the amputation of both forearms, transforming personal tragedy into advocacy. He has since become one of Nigeria's most influential voices for disability rights, playing a key role in the passage and implementation of disability legislation at both state and national levels. Please let's put our hands together for him. Mr. David Anyele holds a Master's of Science degree in Law and Diplomacy from Babcock University, a Bachelor of Science in Management Science from the University of Education, Winneba, Ghana, and a Diploma in Public Relations. Widely regarded as a seasoned administrator and visionary leader, he continues to inspire resilience, self-empowerment, and collective action among persons with disabilities across Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. David Anyele as he comes up to make his presentation. Please keep clapping until he gets here. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you.
Igbo, Mamano. Yeah. Igbo, Bueno. Yeah. Igbo, Bueno. Yeah. ENUGU, Mamano. Yeah. I'm so excited to stand before the city owners of ENUGU and to share my thoughts around the topic today. I must commend Onyebuchi Festus for opening our eyes on key issues we need to appreciate around people with disabilities and Southeast Alibu in particular. I always hear about Nkata Umuibe. I've seen some of my leaders coming here to participate in conversations that has to do with our people. When I saw the likes of Dr. Chido Dinkalo, Chinenye, Mbozuku, who is more or less my colleagues in government, and other eminent personalities coming here to lift our mind on some of the things we need to understand. So here I know them na bi ku bua nga mo de ka nko ngwa I'll be leading us to understand where I'm coming from. Maybe Shina Abia. Ihe onye Igbo when disability na ahụ, you know, what disability occur, what we experience. Ihe isi ike a na-ahụ by disability may kind of hurdles we struggle with as people with disabilities. Iwu ndị nke anyị kwesịrị ịma onye buchi ebutukwala ya ọnụ, some of the laws that has to do with people with disabilities. I will probably be sharing with you comes today in Abia State. Then about the point when ike ije hụ na nkọkwara ihe kwesịrị ime as ụmụ Igbo, a kind of recommendations why we have this conversation. Permit me to state here that everything I'm going to say is my personal opinion. It has nothing to do with the office I occupy, I'm occupied before, but personal experience, because as they told you, I'm a political appointee and I work with government. Ladies and gentlemen, disability is real. Disability can occur at any time. As we are sitting here, someone, somewhere, is losing either his eyes, his ear, or his limbs. If you want to understand what I'm talking about, you can go to orthopedic hospital here. You will see people, either their hand is up or their leg is up. You can see other people who are struggling with part of their body. So it has nothing to do whether I'm rich. In fact, the more rich you are, the more vulnerable. You can suffer diabetes, and diabetes can amputate your 2 legs or your 2 hands. The more poor you are, the more susceptible you are to acquiring disability. So if you are poor, you will face disability. So when we talk about inclusive Alibo, we are looking at to what extent do we accommodate everybody, whether you have disability or not. I don't know much about disability until you had a part of it when I lost my 2 hands in Freetown, Sierra Leone. I'm a businessman. I started life as a clearing and forwarding agent in Port Harcourt. I did clearing. From clearing and forwarding, I started exporting. I was exporting to Angola, to Rwanda, to Sao Tome and Principe. I was also exporting to far South Africa, Mozambique. Then later, I also started investing in business around West Coast. West Coast is from Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Burkina Faso, and all the rest, because I enjoy export. Export is like when you do pound 1 from 10. You know, when you export, they pay you in dollar. By the time you get back to Nigeria, if you change it with the current exchange rate, you'll be smiling. In those days, the exchange rate was $1 to 18 naira. So when you know what it means, you do export. When you come back to Nigeria, you are happy. So if you can do once in a quarter, if you can load 1 container load of goods and you export it, you're okay for the quarter. So export was good for me. So I decided to invest in West Coast. Unfortunately, the RPF rebels, they were fighting to overtake the government. They captured me because of my identity as a Nigerian. And in the course of the interrogation, they decided they are going to cut off my 2 hands. I begged them. I said, go to my warehouse, go to my residence, anything you like, just take. But don't cut my hand. But they told me that the instruction was that any Nigerian found in this place must be killed. Better still, the 2 hands must be chopped off. So while I was arguing, negotiating for them to release other Nigerians that were captured within my area, they came and said the instruction was that my 2 hands must be chopped off. So they asked me to position my hand in a stool. That same stool and the knife has been used to cut other people's hands in my presence. One of them is Benedict Ebuna. He's from Anambra State. And Emma Ebuna. They are all my friends. And Benedict did not survive it. Benedict died on the spot. But Emma also survived like me. But my own was more severe. So when they cut my left hand, I said, how much do you want? Let me buy the right hand. I don't want you to cut my right hand. They said, no. that the instruction is that my 2 hands must be chopped off. So I started begging. While I was begging, the rebels, about 14-year-old boy, cocked the AK-47 and wanted to open fire on me. I said, okay, you can cut the right hand. So I gave him the right hand, I put it in his stool. They cut it and cut it and cut it. So as I was crying and shouting, I was calling on God to help me. One of the rebels came to me and said, why did I call God here? That you don't call God here. So they brought fuel and poured on me and set me on fire. So while the fire was blazing, the commander came and said, who set me on fire? They should remove the fire, they should off it. And the instruction is that I should go and tell the ECOMOG commander, who is in Nigeria, General Maswe Kobe, that they should leave Nigeria, leave Sierra Leone, that Sierra Leone is not for Nigerians. So as I was moving from that place, as I was going, they pour water, they remove off the fire, and then I started walking along Waterside Junction. It was there that the UN contingents came to rescue me. The Nigerian contingent of ECOMOG cleared the way, captured the area, and I was asked to move me. And from there, they moved me to Kodot Hospital in Freetown, where I was given first aid. The Nigerian contingent of ECOMOG came, and they lifted me and took me to ECOMOG Hospital, where I was treated. Then they brought their aircraft called Charlie. And they brought Charlie. I was evacuated with Charlie with a helicopter, flew back to Lunge Airport, from Lunge Airport to Yaba, Lagos. That was on the 3rd of February, 1999. And I was in the whole of 1990, that's February till August, I was being treated at the military hospital in Yaba. I was confirmed stable, August 30th, and I was discharged. Discharged to face the reality. Discharged to see how it means to be a person without hands. So everybody believes that the future is bleak and nothing good will come out of me again. In moment I got back to Aba, where I was raised, where we live, stigma, discrimination, isolation was activated. So I was like, how am I going to do? How am I going to live life? How am I going to overcome the stigma of disability? My friends, when they see me, because we live in the first floor, when they see me, they will pass the other way so that they will not see, interact with me. Sometimes when guys are drinking in the bar, they will be discussing me, and when I'm coming, people will put their hand in their pocket to look for money they will give to me. So immediately I was classified as a beggar. But something happened. I was writing to different governments, asking for support. I wrote to Abia State government. My request was rejected. I wrote to ENUGU State governor. All the governors in the eastern states of Nigeria, I wrote to all of them, asking for support. Because my case was televised in the television. People were listening to it. It was being read everywhere. And guess what? Nobody cares. Nobody was interested in my story. So, what I did was it got to a stage, it was affecting my mental health. So I had to leave Alibo. I have to leave Alibo and move to Lagos. On getting to Lagos, the governor then of Lagos State, his name is Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was the governor of Lagos State. The same letter I wrote to my governor, I sent it to him, and he replied me and asked that they should conduct medical examination on me and advise him. So the doctors in Lagos State, they called me, they said, His Excellency, I should come. I came, they examined me, they looked at my condition, they asked me questions, and they wrote back to the governor and told him that I need to be evacuated to Germany for medical treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, I must thank the government and good people of Lagos State for rehabilitating me. If there is anything good in me today, beyond my family, it is Lagos State. I must tell you the truth. Alibo is the most hostile place to live with disability. We go to church, but we don't know church. We pray to God, but we don't know God. Alibo, If you're a person with disability, if you want to marry somebody without disability, it's a task. You can't. They are the sister of the person you want to marry will say no. In fact, our stigma starts from our sisters and our mothers. If your mother accepts you or your sister accepts you as a person with disability, the whole world will accept you. If your sister rejects you or your mother rejects you, the whole world will reject you. What helped me was that my mom and my sister accepted me, and they keep pushing me to where I am today. The question is, why am I here standing talking? I didn't mean to come. When I came back, I was flown to Germany, Ottoburg, where my artificial hand was fixed. My artificial hand was fixed. It was the people that contributed the money. They did a fundraising for me. And they got the money. I was flown to Ottoburg. The hand was fixed. So when I came back, I discovered what it means to live with disability in Nigeria, or to be a person with disability. I was like, what can we do to help other people with disability, for them to recuperate, get rehabilitation, and start to live a better life? That's how we founded an organization called Amputees Rehabilitation Foundation, because we believe that charity, or through medical, that we can be able to support people with disabilities. And we tried it. It was the most difficult thing to do, because the bulk of the Constitution says the welfare of security and welfare of the citizen is the purpose of government. The citizens individually may find it difficult, and the right of people with disabilities were grossly abused. Nobody cares. Even the civil society group do not understand their role and responsibility in protecting people with disabilities. It was while I was interfacing with Amputation Foundation, I was engaging with the mainstream civil society organization using CLO as a point of contact, that the likes of late Chimobane, Professor Chido Denkalo, late Innocent Chukuma, and many other, forceful men and women with capacity, they began to mentor me, to lead me on what it means to do this work, because they begin to see what I was seeing. Because every time they publish a book, I say there is no conversation around disability issues, and they say it's correct. That was how we had to change the name of our organization from Amputee Rehabilitation Foundation to Center for Citizens with Disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, there are different models of disability, and these models of disability represent the way we treat disability issues in our community. One of the first models we use as a people to address disability issues is what we call religious or traditional model of disability. The religious model or traditional model of disability postulate that people with disability suffer disability by reason of the sins they committed. Therefore, for them to recover, they should confess, or sacrifice should be made to the gods, so that they will be able to come back or accepted or regain their lives. So people who promote religious model of disability, what they do is that when they see people with disabilities, they pray, they do fasting, they do anointing service, they do a healing program. In fact, when they want to do crusade, what we'll be hearing is that the lame will walk, the blind will see, the deaf will hear. But is that what people with disabilities want? No, that's not what they want. That's not what they want. So if you go to church, if they say stretch out your hand, every church member will target the person with disability. And when they stretch your hand, if your hand didn't come, they start suspecting you that this one. they begin to suspect you that your sin is too much, and your faith is very weak. That is why you're not. So because of that, people with disabilities, they don't go to church. You don't see them in churches, because they feel that they will be target of prayer requests. And the traditional way, the traditional people, they will ostracize you, they will stigmatize you. Your parents will not have a voice in the community. If they want to discuss, they say, "Hey, Mama nka na ahozo. Hey, Papa nka wanne na ahozo. Onka mpa ya na enwe aka." So they will not call you by your name. They will call you with your type of disability. Am I mentioned there before? Yes. You've heard it before, eh? So that's what that's how they describe you. So that model believes that if they make sacrifice, if you confess your sin, or if they do anointing service or deliverance, disability will not occur again. That one is there. The limitation is that it promotes stigma, it promotes exclusion, it also promotes other harmful practices. Then there is another model of disability which we call medical model. The medical model of disability postulates that every disability has a medical solution. Every disability has a medical solution. So you are not seeing where we bring contact lens, we bring all manner of operation. They will take you to one surgical doctor or the other. In fact, your family will know all the doctors in ENUGU that can operate the eyes, because they believe that with medical model you can be able to recuperate and gain your sight or your limb or your whatever type of disability you are undergoing. Yes, medical can support, medical can help. Science is increasing, but the issue is that when families focuses on all this without paying attention to other related issues, the individual will probably suffer stigma, discrimination, and other harmful practices. The barrier will continue to increase day by day. Another model of disability, which we also provide and other people uses it, is the social model of disability. The social model of disability postulates that it is the society that makes people with disabilities to struggle in life. That if societies are able to remove the barrier that hinder people with disabilities, that people with disabilities will be able to participate and enjoy freedom, liberty, and contribute to the socio-economic development. So the social model postulates that we all must take responsibility for the pain and agony and the barrier people with disabilities faces. So the question is, when you go to church, when you go to school, what barrier do you see that hinder people with disabilities that you need to remove? We'll be discussing this barrier. Then the other model, which we also use, is the right-based approach. The right-based approach postulates that we should treat people with disabilities with dignity and respect. That they have right to education, right to health, right to rehabilitation, right to community life, right to access to public infrastructure, communication, name it, all the rights. That is right-based approach. So if you apply right-based approach and social model of disability, you will discover that people with disabilities will be able to participate in the society on an equal basis. The question is, what are the hurdles that people with disabilities suffer in their communities? One of the first hurdles is that hurdle called attitudinal hurdle. What do I call it? Attitudinal hurdle. That attitude that says, he's disabled, he has disability. Don't go to him. If you go to him, you will get disability. Don't touch him. Don't relate with him. It is that promotes stigma. It is that promotes isolation. It is that attitude. Because attitude, you can't see it. Can you see attitude? Can you see attitude? But people can behave it. Am I correct? People can. So, because it is a behavior, consciously or unconsciously, you won't know when you did it. You just shift. You just say, my friend, let's go. I don't like sitting beside this person that is blind. Oh, he doesn't have hand. I don't like sitting beside him because of the nature of disability. So attitude is a very wicked, barrier that makes people with disabilities to struggle in life, without knowing. The other barrier that people with disabilities suffer is the barrier that has to do with environmental barrier. What do I call it? Environmental barrier. That environmental barrier states that people with disabilities struggle to participate in the society due to lack of access. So, in your school, in your church, in your community, can people with disabilities enjoy the facility? Yes, people will say, oh, we have barrier. Oh, sorry, we have RAM, like the one Center for Memories has. Where is behind? You need to go and review that, I've told them that they should go and review it. That place is a suicide joint. But what I'm trying to say is that when you have RAM, access is beyond RAM. It's beyond what? It's beyond what? So access includes that the toilet. The toilet. Can a person on wheelchair use the toilet? So if a person with disability cannot use their toilet, what that means is that he can access your church. But imagine a woman with disability, if she's pressed on wheelchair, how will she do it? Just look at your church toilet. All of us go to church. Am I correct? We go to church. We go to school. We go to work. Just look at your either your office or your school or your office where you work. Look at the toilet. Ask yourself, if this my comrade on wheelchair enter your office, if she says she's pressed, where can she use your restroom? So if the restroom is not accessible, there is no access. So I want you to pay attention to it, because when we say we are the one causing the difficulty people with disabilities are going through, look at yourself and hold yourself to account. That is environmental barrier. There's another barrier called institutional barrier. What do I call it? Institutional barrier is, I heard when Festus was saying, we have laws, but are not implementing it. It's beyond law. So when organizations do not have law, do not have a policy that speaks and say, in this organization, we don't discriminate by reason of disability. If you don't have such statement, if you don't have such value in your organization, if you don't have such statement in societies where you belong, there is institutional barrier. Constitutional barrier postulates that you should have law, you should have policy, you should have guidelines that ensures that no one is discriminated, no one is blocked, no one suffers barrier by reason of disability. Then the other barrier or hurdle people with disabilities struggle is communication barrier. What do I call it? Communication barrier. Communication barrier has to do with ability to communicate. You can see this fine lady beside me here. She is communicating to the deaf community. And the deaf community is hearing what I'm saying, because there is a sign language interpreter interpreting to her. The blind community wants to hear, wants to understand, wants to feel, wants to know what is going on within the environment. So, to a blind person, he needs audio. He wants to hear what you are saying. He needs description of the environment so that he can be able to hear, to communicate, and be able to fit in within the society. So, if we're able to understand how this barrier manifests in different areas of our work, then you will understand why the laws we have are very, very important. The reason is because we have, as he mentioned earlier, the United Nations Declaration of Human and People's Rights, including the UN Convention, the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Provision Act, the Nigerian Constitution, as well as state disability laws. All they are saying is remove barrier. Nobody is saying. All these laws, they are saying remove barrier, remove barrier, remove barrier, and ensure that people with disabilities are able to participate and be able to enjoy the benefits others are enjoying. And when these barriers are removed, what are we going to get? What we are going to get is that you will see more people with disabilities participating, contributing. You will see the burden of taking care of that person with disabilities lifted, reduced in their family. You only see, improved socio-economic status of these people with disabilities. You can see Festus. He's learned, he has gone to school, he works, he earns, so he takes care of other people, not just for himself, but he takes care of other people. Unlike other people that are not privileged to go to school or be lifted, every member of their family are involved in taking care of them. Today, Chichi will take care. Next tomorrow, Chukwudi will take care. The other day, Ifeanyi will handle, because the individual is not able to live independently like every other person. And that is that it increases poverty. It increases what? It increases what? Because disability causes poverty. The cost of taking care of one person with disability is so high. Do you know the artificial hand I'm using now? This artificial hand, when I bought it in 2003, it was $5 million naira in 2003. But today, it's 28 million naira. 28 million. So even if you go to a governor and say, hey, Mr. Governor, I want you to help me to buy artificial hand. Immediately you tell him how much. He said 28 million naira. The first thing you remember, I can use it to mobilize people to vote for me. I can use that 28 million naira to do empowerment. You want me to give it to only you? I don't think it's possible. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's how politicians think. That's how they think. So so when we are able to open barrier, allow people to participate, allow them to be part of the society, the burden of taking care of them is highly reduced, and the life become more easier for them to participate. Ladies and gentlemen, you may ask, what are we doing? Mr. David, they say you are commission chairman. What are you doing in Abia State in order to change the status quo for people with disabilities? We discovered that passing the law is one, and that is to understand the law, and that is to take action in order to ensure the full implementation of the law. So in my state, I'm so privileged to have a governor. His name is Dr. Alex Chioma Oti. What he did was to establish the Commission for People with Disabilities. Not only establishing it, in fact, in his manifesto, when he was campaigning, the key statement he made is that he wants people with disabilities to participate in leadership positions. So for people with disabilities to participate in leadership positions, there are a lot of things to put in place to make that to happen. One of them is to appoint a special advisor or assistant to him on persons with disabilities. And that was the first thing he did when he came to office. Beyond that, he went further to ensure that the Disability Commission is also established with 5 persons with disabilities appointed as board members. As I speak to you, the board is running. The board also, the commission has a budget, because one thing is to understand disability issues, one thing is to understand the law, one thing is to know what to do, but if the government does not make budget for its implementation, it can't go far. We've seen different states that have disability commissions with a no budget. You can imagine a commission that their annual budget is 500,000 naira. What are you going to use to do? You can't even pay flight tickets from Owerri to Abuja and come back. You know what that means. So what that means is that it's just on the paper, much is not being done. I'm privileged to work with a governor who prioritizes inclusion, who prioritizes equal opportunity, who prioritizes participation. So today, we've trained the permanent secretaries in Abia State on disability law on how to make budget and implement it in favor of people with disabilities. We've not only ended there, we've also trained the local government chairmen, because we discovered that many people with disabilities that are living in the rural area, they struggle to meet with their the councilmen to get understand. Even the councilmen don't understand. So we said we're also going to build their own capacity. So we had to build the capacity of the chairman of local government. Not only building their capacity on their role and responsibility, but also building their capacity on how to make budget for artificial hand, for wheelchair, for white cane, for interpreters, for accessible environment, so that by the time they start their work, we won't be building again when they are building. If you are building a house and you make provision for that, you won't struggle to redo it again. So they bought into it, and in fact, they are sending me text messages that, Mr. David, what we've said, we implemented it, because I told them that if they do it well, I'm going to send their name to the UN so that the UN to come and see the good practice they are doing and be able to live their work for international visibility. And it became a competition among themselves. Everybody's trying to see how he can bring out something or the other so that we can use it to showcase that they are doing very well. But beyond that, also we are creating awareness, because we discovered that people are not aware about what we are talking about. Just recently, we are focusing on children with intellectual disability. Our budget for 2025 is 35% for health and education. Then we say if we are having 35% for health and education, and health and educational practitioners do not understand disability issues, it's going to be a minus for us. So what we are doing now is that we are training supervisory counselors on education and health, teachers and healthcare service providers in the local government across the state on disability inclusion. Just yesterday, we finished with 3 local governments where their health workers, educational supervisors, and other service providers on inclusion and disability, so that they will be able, as children are coming in to register, when they see a child with disability, they will be able to recognize it. They will be able to know what to do, how to position it. If nurses or doctors see people with disabilities, they know what to do. Let me tell you why engaging the doctors and nurses is very important. When women with disabilities go to hospital, they suffer much. especially if they have hearing impairment or they're on wheelchair, especially when they are pregnant. You know, some nurses can be rude. Not this one that I hear. You hear all these issues. Hey, who did this thing to you? Hey, the man that pregnant you, that man is a wicked man. That man is a bad man. Why must he do this type of thing to you? As if you don't have right to reproductive health. Everyone have right to reproductive health. Am I correct?
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Every human being, adults, have right to sexual reproductive health. So everybody is entitled to it. And before you know it, many women with disability, they suffer miscarriages. Many of them die untimely because of their struggle with healthcare practitioners vis-a-vis managing their pregnancy or even childbirth. A typical example is my colleague in the commission. After putting to bed, a few months later she died. Just 2 months after her appointment as a person with disability in government. So these are some of the issues that people with disabilities go through day by day, and we don't understand it. So capacity building, training of stakeholders within the government is critical. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want to summarize because we have talked too much. We need to take action. We need to begin to, when we go to our various communities, our various families, our various churches, our various clubs, ask yourself, what does your constitution of your club say about people with disabilities? Hello? Hello? You understand what I said? The constitution of the women's group, the constitution of the club, the constitution of the 8th grade, the constitution of the town union. Please, it's time for us to review it and ask ourselves, how does this constitution speak to disability issues? We need to support the recasting, amendment of our community constitutions to say no one should be discriminated, all barriers should be removed. What that means is that if your community is building hall, if they are building public toilet, if they are building school, they will take measure to ensure that people with disabilities are not shortchanged. That is one. We're also going to be looking at recognizing success stories that are taking place within our communities. Children with disabilities that are doing well, we need to showcase them. We need to bring them to limelight. We need to make them to be visible so they can serve as role model to other people with disabilities within their communities. Not only the people with disabilities, but people without disabilities, because we draw strength from each other. Am I correct? When we see people who are doing well, we like to copy them. We like to do some of the things they are doing. And we need to demand for implementation of disability laws across the board. I heard when my comrade said that in ENUGU State, they are waiting for the establishment of the Disability Commission. Governor Mba is a hard-working man. He's very industrious. He has a very good plan for the government and people of ENUGU State. And we are seeing it in the work he's doing everywhere. I want to request anybody who is under the influence of this program to kindly whistle to him that there is a law in ENUGU State that needs full implementation. And that law is ENUGU State Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Law. That law provides for establishment of a commission. What does the commission do? Commission support the government to implement the law. The commission supports all ministries, departments, and agencies in the state to understand their role and responsibility in implementing the law. So when we are able to whistle it to him, when we are able to comment it to him, I strongly believe that he will act on it immediately. It's just that he has not understood it. And the real people that need to talk to him for him to understand it, it doesn't cost as much to establish it, because most times government look at cost of establishing such agency. There is not much cost. You're not recruiting new people. All the people that will work in the commission will come from different ministries, department agencies that will be moved to the agency, and they will start their work. So it doesn't require additional. Maybe few people with disabilities, as time goes on, they will be coming in and they will be recruited for them to participate in the law. I also know that other states are planning to implement disability law, be it in ENUGU, be it in Anambra, that already have, they also have a commission, and we want the full operationalization of these commissions. Also, we're also looking at Imo State, Ebonyi State. The law is there. We want the governor to sign it, the bill on disability, so that people with disability will have a legal framework they can use to negotiate in classroom, in the hospital, in public space, so that together, ENUGU will be a place where all of us will be proud to live as people with disabilities. ENUGU will be a place where when people with disabilities go home, if they are coming from outside or they are within, they will be champions. As I speak to you now, in Abia State, we are hosting the para badminton. 30 countries in the world are currently in Abia competing, and they are all people with disabilities. From Brazil, from Peru, from India. India came with 50 delegates. And they are giving all the opportunities for them to be. People with disabilities need to participate, they need to explore and be all they want to be. And I believe that is possible in ENUGU. And together, we will have ENUGU that does not discriminate, that does not exclude on the grounds of disabilities. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you.
I will quickly now introduce the next session, which is the moderated panel session. And we'll be having Yagazie Obiwane Ozalo. Yagazie is a radio personality at Urban Radio, and he'll be driving this session with the two keynote speakers. Please join me in welcoming once again Mr. David Aniele to the panel and Yagazie to moderate this session. Thank you.
And a big round of applause for the speakers themselves who have given us very insightful speeches. Mr. Aniele and Mr. Ebuchi, thank you very much.
I would also like to thank Nkata, that's the events, and the Center for Memories for always organizing this monthly event. It's very sacred and very sacrosanct that we have conversations like this. The Ford Foundation for sponsoring it. The Onyaga and 1 year thing is a very sacred call to everybody. In fact, in my village, we have our own construct of it. I'm from Ngo, and we say, that if you're privileged to have a spoon to eat with, you must also remember that there are those who are using their hands to eat. Although I've queried that sometimes because I ask, if there's a competition, an eating competition, I would rather use my hands to eat than to use a spoon, because I know I would, get a lot of muscles down there quickly. And yes, just to follow Anole's advice, Yagazie Obiwane is a tall, dark. Am I very tall? Somebody said very tall. Tall black man in his 30s, today donning a black kaftan, northern Nigeria style kaftan. And it's a privilege to be here in the midst of those with special needs. This community is a very important community in our society, and they've done very many things to improve Nigeria. Please, a big round of applause for the special needs community. So yes, my task this evening is not too special. The speakers have already done justice to the subject matter. They've, giving us insights. They've told stories that moved us. All I'm going to do is to pry a little bit more into what they have said, touch on the pain points a little bit more, especially as it concerns Igbo, and understand how we can make our society inclusive and, accommodating, remove the barriers that are always there, and limiting the experience of our society for those who are living with special needs. So, if you would permit me, then I will begin the questions. Of course, we'll get to a point where you can also ask your questions, you in the audience, and also make your comments. But permit me to ask a few questions. From what has been said so far, I was taking notes. And I'll first of all begin with Mr. Aniele, because you talked about Ali being the worse in terms of accommodating people with special needs. You said it before in the session that we had inside, and you reiterated it here. And it's, heart-wrenching to know that, because I believe that the people like us who love community should, be able to accommodate each other. But I would like to begin with perception, right? Because you talked about the perception when you came back after the tragic incidents that led to you losing your limbs. Let's talk about the perception. Is there something peculiar about our culture as Igbo and our tradition that makes it easy to lean towards discrimination when it comes to people living with disabilities? There's something that you've noticed that is a cultural thing that has been there for years, or an attitudinal thing?
Yeah, thank you so much. There is a wrong value we have here, where we practice what we call survival of the fittest. Have you heard about it before? Survival of the... Any community that practices survival of the fittest can never provide for the weak and cannot protect the weak. Because you use the weak to measure your success. You use the weak to measure whether you are doing better or not. But in a good society, an inclusive society provides for equal opportunity. Here you can see we are struggling to get the governors do this, to get the governors do that. Let me shock you. Why in Lagos? It was we, the Igbo boys living in Lagos, that promote the passage of the safety law in Lagos State as far back as 2010, 2011. Why is it the same Igbo boys that went to Abuja to secure the passage of the disability law at the national? Why is it difficult for our brothers that watch us on TV, they read us on the newspaper, then when we bring disability law to our state for them to be passed, and somebody will say it is white man document, therefore he cannot implement it here? Why would we elect people to protect the weak and the poor? The person will turn to be oppressor. Okay, let me tell you another thing you need to understand. There is what we call evil forest. Hello, have you heard about it before?
Yeah, we have.
In Igbo land, there used to be evil forest. Who are the people that were taken to evil forest? Most of the people that were taken to evil forest are people who gave birth to children with disability. Are people who gave birth to ejima. You know ejima when nobody allows ejima in Igbo land. The same culture, if you have a child with albinism, they also tag you and they take you to evil forest. What was the reason of taking you to evil forest? The family or the woman that gave birth to the child? What is it? They believe that there is a crime that the family has committed that led to the giving birth to such a child. And because of that, stigma, discrimination activated immediately. Even among people who are religious leaders. So, when a society is constructed from that background, the chances or possibility of discrimination is very, very high. The chances of exclusion is very, very high. The chances of isolation is very, very high. In Igbo land, if a person with disabilities want to come and contest for any chairman of community, whatever, they will say no. Let me shock you what happened recently in my state. 2 years ago. No, a year ago, early last year. A man with disability, a deaf person, happens to be a son of a traditional ruler, and the father died. It was his turn to take over the mantle of leadership as the next on the head of the throne. As he was about to take over, the village people said no, that a deaf person cannot lead them. It was a war. What saved the man was that while that struggle was going on, His Excellency, Dr. Oti, was elected as the governor of the state. And the moment they sent the document to him, the memo, he approved for his installation as the traditional ruler of their place, making him the first traditional ruler with disability in Igbo. This is what we go through everywhere. So when I talk about, I'll share with you the letter I shared among 5 governors in Igbo land. Not only in Igbo land, I took the letter to Cross River, I took the letter to Delta, I also took it to River State. The attitude was silent. But the moment I took it to Lagos State, to an individual, my name is not Kola, my name is not Owolabi, my name is not Abu Wahid, Abu Salam, Abu Radam. My name is not Adeshola. But the man says all lives are precious. Send this guy to medical board. Let them review it and recommend. That is attitude of people who have value for human life, that believe that all lives are precious. And I want Ali Igbo to believe that all lives are precious. With disability, without disability, all lives are precious. Everyone must be treated with dignity. So that is why this place is hostile. Check any Igbo guy that is doing well within the disability fraternity in this country. They are living outside Ali. Check. Or they were raised outside Ali. The chairman, the national chairman or national president of the Association of the Blind is my board member in Abia State, Stanley Onyebuchi. Stanley was raised in Kaduna State. He was not raised here. And while he was in Kaduna, the family take advantage of the culture, the relationship, and the values and spaces Kaduna people create for people with disabilities, and they took advantage of it to train Stanley Onyebuchi. Today, Stanley is a very successful, prominent man within the disability movement. If you check Chidi Onugbo, who was the immediate past president of the Nigerian National Association of the Deaf, and currently the West African president of the Deaf, he was trained outside Alibu. He lives in US, he frequents there, and he comes back here. He's from Okwa East local government area of my state. He's doing fantastically well. He was not raised in Alibu, and he's there enjoying himself. If you look at the Nigerian representative at the UN on disability, Chris Manorom is a blind guy. He's PhD holder. He was not raised in Alibu. He's there, and today he's not only an ambassador of Nigeria in Sao Tome and Principe, but also Nigerian representative at the UN Convention, UN State Party on Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. These guys were not raised here. What I'm trying to say is that this place, our attitude, our behavior, non-acceptance, isolation, goes a long way in making life unbearable for people with disabilities, and we need to change it.
And you believe it's a cultural thing, it's something from...
I've given you historical, our cultural practices, how we see from perspective from our forefathers. Before we were born, what our forefathers, how they transfer it. You need to know what people with disability go through. Ask my sister here, she says she's a woman with disability. I'm surprised, when next you are doing this, please bring a woman with disability so that we can get women or female dimension to this conversation, so we can enrich ourselves to this issue. So what I'm saying is not about perception, it's data driven. I've given you data. It's also what we experience. You can go anywhere and test people with disability. Ask them what is their name. There is a lady called what's her name? The deaf lady that comes here, Catherine. She's a deaf. She's from ENUGU State. She's a lawyer now. Catherine Ede. I think she's the first lawyer with disability, with deafness from Alibu. She's the first lawyer. Even if Nigeria as a whole, she's the first lawyer. She's from ENUGU State. She's from ENUGU. I interview her. She always cried like a baby. The way our people manages disability issues that makes her sometimes to come here is very difficult for her. So it's not a perception, it's a reality.
All right, thank you very much. I'll come to Mr. Onyebuchi at this point, because why I kept on asking is there a cultural thing is because some of these cultural practices are extinct now, like you mentioned, killing of twins, discrimination against, okay, maybe not discrimination, albinos being ostracized and all of those things. Why does it persist even decades after we've, done away with these traditional practices? Mr. Onyebuchi, what was your own experience? Because you also lived in the West and you now live in the Southeast. Is there any peculiar thing that you noticed about our culture and our tradition that makes it, difficult for people living with disability?
Yeah, you said decades, as in some of our cultures have gone into extinction. It is a thing of the mind. It exists in the mind. It's just like telling me that churches are all over the places and then there is no longer idol worshiping and all that. But people still do one funny thing or the other. So it is a thing of them. Already people, we are born into it, we grew up with it, and we are still in it. Practice it. Like the case my boss made mention of. Kate told us that at a point she ran away from ENUGU. She ran away to the west. She schooled at Ilorin in Kwara. And every provisions are made there to bring her up. Today, in one of the meetings we had in Abuja, VC, Vice Chancellor of Ilorin University, has to travel from Ilorin to meet Kate in Abuja. How many of our people here that you call that you give? Everything you do here, nobody responds. What our people believe more is, these people are Biafran also. And let me just give them something and let them go. Do you know, let me give us a brief story of how we achieved the passage of this ENUGU State Disability Law. When we got to the government house, I told my people that today is not giving money. If governor gives us money, I will say no. And we agreed to that. They all echoed, yes, we agreed. We never knew that governor was watching us at the camera. At a point, the governor now ordered that they will allow us in. When we came in, the governor said, I've been watching you people at the camera. You agree that you are not receiving money from me today. So you are not taking money. Is that what you agreed on? We all shouted, yes, sir. He continued asking, are you not taking money? My people, the voices went down. If he had succeeded asking the third person, I would be the only one echoing. I was like, where am I? Why here? What's in? A lot of things were running in my head. And then after looking at me, he said, okay, where is that law that you have been talking about? I said, we have it. And that was just, he said, okay, it's to send it to the government at the State Assembly as an executive bill. Because we said we don't need money. And that has been the method. Give us money. They give you money, you go. Tomorrow you give you money, you go. So the situation needs a paradigm shift. We are tired of charity and we cannot continue. Like my boss also made mention, some of these things start from home. Family. Family, the smallest unit of every society. That's where the whole thing starts from. Where a child with blindness or a child with hearing impairments and all that, and they will take you inside. If you want to get data for this, you visit a special education center in Geneva. Where at the end of every academic section, some of the children there, some of the students there, nobody comes to pick them. They would rather prefer leaving them there than coming to take them home. So it is a call. What we are all only saying is that the world is moving and we need to move with the rest of the world.
All right, thank you very much. I would now ask a question around how we can change this perception, because if we have already identified that there is a perception problem and it's predominant here in the Southeast, it has to change because our leaders are picked from amongst us, right? And they would always have that perception. And when you bring bills that are supposed to empower those living with disability, that same perception will pose a hindrance. They will not see the urgency and the importance of that. So how do we begin to change that perception from the family units, presumably? What are your thoughts about how this can be changed? The kind of conversations that must be had to change the perception?
Yeah. So that's why I commend the Center for Memories, Kata Umuibe, for bringing us together to listen to some of what we are discussing. I don't know who is sitting here. I don't know who is listening to me, but I know that influential people are here. I know that people who can, change perceptions, change ideology, change behavior, they are sitting here with us. You saw the young people, the students were here earlier today listening to us, trying to catch them young. So what we are trying to say is this: please be our ambassador. Be what? Be what?
Ambassadors.
If you're not an ambassador, call yourself today. I anoint you and I proclaim you disability ambassador. Just touch yourself and say, I'm a disability ambassador.
I am a disability ambassador.
Nothing more, nothing else. What do? You be bold to say no to discrimination. Be bold to conduct independent audit of your church, of your school, of your community to say, if a woman on wheelchair enters here, where will she, how will she enter, where will she stay, how do we accommodate the person? If all of us here individually, we can go to our churches, we can go to our village meetings to ask this question and insist that change must take place. My brother, my sister, you've done your part too. Go you therefore and preach the gospel. It's just like that. You don't need to quote Habakkuk or Genesis or Revelation. All you need to do is to just say there must be access, there must be inclusion, there must be participation, barriers must be removed. Carry it as your own agenda. Internalize it. Use it as your own message wherever you go. Don't be ashamed of it. Don't be ashamed, because what happens is that when people want to speak for people with disabilities, some people, start doing shame.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Southeast governors pledge unified action on regional development. Yaga Africa says the Senate has betrayed Nigerians by refusing to make electronic transmission of results mandatory. South Sudan hospital hit by government airstrike, MSF says. And U.S. must be prudent when supplying arms to Taiwan, Xi tells Trump. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of a Southeast Investment Company to pool resources for the funding of projects by the Southeast Development Commission. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, disclosed this in ENUGU while declaring open a 4-day summit organized by the Southeast Development Commission at the International Conference Center, ENUGU. Correspondent Christopher Lele has the report.
It has been a gathering of top government functionaries, development partners, civil society organizations, traditional and religious leaders, the diaspora community, organized private sector, women and youth groups, and indeed all segments of the Nigerian society. They all gathered at the International Conference Center for the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum with the theme Charting a Shared Path to Sustainable Prosperity for the Southeast. The gathering focused on developing a long-term evidence-based roadmap aimed at transforming the socio-economic landscape of the 5 Southeast states, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo, by the year 2050. Declaring the summit open, the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, commended the governors of the 5 Southeast states for what he described as the development strides in their states, saying the region has never had it so good. Shettima announced that the president has approved the establishment of Southeast Investment Company to enable the Southeast Development Commission pool resources for the development of the region. He said the Southeast region matters so much to the present administration as a central pillar of the nation's economic growth and urged the Commission to think beyond quick fixes and focus on a future based on inclusive and comprehensive growth. The Minister for Regional Development, Abubakar Momo, told the SEDC not to see itself as another layer of government that should compete with state governments. Momo charged the Commission to reset the development of the Southeast through a coordinated vision for development. The representative of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, in Nigeria, Elsie Atafua, noted that the Southeast hosts one of the most powerful incubation models that has nurtured and grown enterprises. She observed that Nigeria represents a test case of making regional development to drive national growth and urged the SEDC to evolve credible long-term plans that would outlive political circles and translate objectives to practical transformation.
As a pillar of national development, through the federal government's establishment of a dedicated Ministry of Regional Development and strengthening regional development commissions, including the Southeast Development Commission, and their explicit linkage to national economic coordination.
Speaking on behalf of the diaspora community, the chairperson of ENUGU Unite, Ijeoma Okoli, said Nigerians in the diaspora have enough financial capacity that could help drive development in the region. She advised the Commission to collaborate effectively with various institutions and organizations to drive its agenda for the overall good of the region. The consensus here is that there is the urgent need to upgrade infrastructure, drive industrial growth, deepen human capital development, and attract sustainable investment to the region, as well as promote regional integration and a shared path toward lasting prosperity of the Southeast. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
The 5 Southeast governors have committed themselves to working collectively to execute joint development projects aimed at accelerating growth across the region. The governors made this commitment while presenting their positions at a stakeholder engagement on the Southeast Vision 2050, where they unanimously declared that the era of disjointed development efforts in the region is over. Correspondent Christopher Lele, again, who was at the summit, gives us an update.
For decades, there have been persistent calls for the 5 Southeast states to pursue integrated regional development, particularly in infrastructure, commerce, security, and human capital development. However, differing priorities and limited collaboration had often slowed progress, leaving many of these ambitions unrealized. At the Vision 2050 stakeholders engagement, the governors acknowledged these past challenges and emphasized the need for a coordinated approach that leverages the collective strengths of the region. Addressing participants, ENUGU State Governor Dr. Peter Mba commended the Southeast for taking bold and deliberate steps toward regional integration. He advocated the creation of a unified Southeast marketplace, describing it as a strategic move to deepen economic ties, boost intra-regional trade, and drive shared prosperity among the states. Governor Mba further noted that a common economic framework would attract investors, create jobs, and strengthen the region's bargaining power at the national level. Abia State Governor Alex Otti, who noted that the Vision 2050 has woken a new consciousness in the region, which he said is blessed with enormous natural resources, including oil and gas and solid minerals, that should be fully harnessed to develop the region through articulated energy policy. He called for the joint investments in generation, transmission, and distribution of energy as key to unlocking the potentials of the region. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State urged the Southeast Development Commission not to see the Vision 2050 as just another plan, but a strategic work plan to grow the region. He made a strong case for joint funding of regional security and command center to tackle insecurity, highways, railway lines, and seaports. Governor Francis Wifuru and Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma, who was represented by the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Chike Olengbe, also aligned with their colleagues on the need for regional integration. Many stakeholders across the region have expressed optimism that the Southeast Vision 2050 will not only deliver improvement in infrastructure, economic growth, and resource development, but also foster stronger unity and shared identity among the people of the Southeast. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has assured of his commitment to fulfilling the social contract with the people of the state despite ongoing political challenges. Fubara stated this while inspecting the rehabilitation of internal roads at the old Port Harcourt Township, as well as a proposed site for the construction of a modern market at the Creek Road Market. He said his administration remains focused on governance, stressing that the trust reposed in him by the people must be repaid with purposeful and confidence-driven leadership. Governor Fubara explained that road rehabilitation and the construction of a new Creek Road Market are aimed at restoring the glory of the old Port Harcourt Township by eliminating street trading and improving traffic flow. The Abia State government has launched the Abia Electronic Health Project, a bold move to digitize healthcare delivery and replace paper-based medical records with a modern, technology-driven system. Commissioner for Information OK Kanu, who announced this at a press conference in Umuahia, said the State Executive Council approved the scheme. According to him, the e-Health initiative is a flagship component of the administration's drive to build a digital ecosystem that improves service delivery across all sectors of governance. He explained that the project integrates telemedicine and other digital health solutions to expand access to quality health care and improve operational efficiency. The initiative has been implemented in partnership with e-Health and Life Health Hubs. OK Kanu also revealed that Abia State recently earned commendation from the House of Representatives Committee on Health Services led by Moses Malachi during an oversight visit to the state. According to him, the committee assessed ongoing reforms in primary health care and universal health coverage and rated the state highly, praising Governor Oti's performance in the health sector. OK Kanu further announced the formal launch of a measles and rubella vaccination campaign flagged off earlier on Tuesday by the wife of the governor, Priscilla Oti. He said the campaign targets children aged 9 months to 14 years have been implemented across primary health care centers, schools, and other health facilities statewide. The House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee on Agricultural Subsidy Intervention Funds, Aids and Grants Program has summoned the Central Bank of Nigeria, the National Bureau of Statistics, and other concerned financial institutions to appear before it. The resolution followed a motion raised by the Deputy Chairman of the committee, Sunday Umea, during an investigative hearing held in Abuja. Umea expressed concern that despite several letters sent to the affected government agencies and financial institutions, they failed to honor the committee's invitation.
Mr. Chairman, I also move that all the relevant processes for issuance of relevant summons on these aforementioned agencies and of financial institutions be activated, completed, and duly served on them. Mr. Chairman, we cannot let the Nigerian people down. Federal government of Nigeria have shown good faith, have shown that it actually cares for the people of Nigeria by investing this huge amount of money in the agricultural sectors, but there have been outcry that what we have gotten in return is far below what is expected.
At a hearing, Jay's Bank, Unity Bank, and some other financial institutions that appeared before the committee were unable to provide certain requested documents. Abubakar Makinta, Jay's Bank chairman of the ad hoc committee, Jamu Aminu directed the bank to submit comprehensive details of funds, inflow and outflow, as well as full records of beneficiaries, among other documents. Dissatisfied with the submissions made by some of the financial institutions, the committee adjourned the hearing and rescheduled it for Tuesday next week for further scrutiny. Speaking at the session, Jamu Aminu reiterated the committee's determination to ensure transparency and accountability in the management of agricultural subsidy and intervention funds.
The documents were not actually the information you just provided are missing in the documents here. However, we will seek the indulgence of the committee to enable us, put the documents in the order you just mentioned, and probably make an appearance in the next sitting coming up next Wednesday.
Right to even originate. I thought you have that from introduction up to 16th, so that we can move on, so that members would know you are referring page A, page B, page C, page D. And I haven't done that. Now it comes down. And even this way, it's not a presentation. You cannot tell us how much you received, how much you disbursed, what is outstanding, what is not stated here. And at what page, which schemes have you undertaken? A, B, C. You have not done that. You have not shown us that.
Up ahead, Senate passes 2026 Electoral Act, debunks rejection of electronic transmission. Senate urges President to increase funding for security agencies. Details of these and more after the break.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The Senate has rejected a proposal to make the electronic transmission of election results compulsory, a move seen as a setback to efforts to entrench real-time result uploads into Nigeria's electoral law. Lawmakers on Wednesday voted down an amendment to Clause 60 of the Electoral Amendment Bill that sought to mandate presiding officers of the Independent National Electoral Commission to electronically transmit polling unit results to the INEC result viewing portal immediately after Form ECHA is signed and stamped. The rejection followed an amendment moved by Senator Tahir Mungodo, who proposed the removal of a compulsory transmission provision while retaining the original clause. Reacting to the controversy, Senate President Godswill Akpabio insisted that the claims the Senate had removed electronic transmission from the bill were misleading, stressing that electronic transmission of results remains provided for under the law, but not as a mandatory requirement. The Senate also constituted a conference committee chaired by Senator Tahir Mungodo to harmonize differences between the versions passed by both chambers of the National Assembly, with some other lawmakers serving as members. Senate later adjourned plenary to February 24. Joining us now to discuss the decision of the Senate is a former INEC resident electoral commissioner in Ekiti State. Let's take a quick break.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
So join us now is the former INEC resident electoral commissioner in Ekiti State, Chief Nduka Eya. Good evening, Chief Eya.
Good evening, Signature Television. How are you doing? Happy New Year.
We are fine. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. Well, I guess you've heard about the position taken by the Senate on the Electoral Act. What is your reaction to it?
Well, my dear, just by some coincidence, this has been the news since yesterday. An addition was made today by the Minority Caucus, which seems to contribute the issue the more. But my reaction is clear. Let's take the Senate President. Akpabio is just mocking Nigerians, the way he mocked. When the President's removal of the fuel subsidy without plan, without consideration about the backlash, Akpabio said, you go on demonstrating while we go eating, mocking us. time we heard about tax law, which was doctored. That one has been swept under the carpet. Nobody is asking questions. And Mr. President signed a law that has been doctored, not what the House passed. This is what we have come. We have really graduated to ironies. I won't go to very bad language. Ironies. And Nigerians are more groaning. My reaction is that this is a mockery. But Amadi's statement today raises a basic issue. He says they passed a law which talked about transmission, not transfer. We are now dealing with semantics. I've come to listen to prime time in urban radio where Dr. Basis did a good job on it. We want to use either the senators don't understand what they were doing, or they are just being deliberate to confuse us. What was necessary in that amendment? That it must be mandatory for the returning officer to transmit electronically the results of the election. Mandatory. You know, because the Supreme Court said to us, and that was the regrettable part of our ironies about the Supreme Court, that INEC had a discretion by the existing law. But INEC in this guideline chose one of the discretion by saying electronic transfer and failed in doing that. And when we went to the tribunal, even the Supreme Court said, oh, INEC has discretionary. This is how we mess up ourselves, we market our country, and we look for scapegoats who are demarketing us. What my reaction is just something.
So,
this way in Nigeria.
So, Chief,
and like somebody said, cry, beloved country. What are we going to do? We, the people of Nigeria, we are the Nigerians, not these people who have defined our democracy, not as government by the people, for the government for the people, by the people, for the people, but as government of a group, by a group, for the group, for the operation of the rest of us. That's what they have redefined us. And we are all seem to be helpless.
Chief Aya.
That's my question.
Chief Aya.
Yeah.
From your reaction, it looks as if the consequences are enormous. But how does this impact on the trust Nigerians are supposed to have on the electoral process?
There is what is happening that, let me tell you, the foundation, Nigeria must live beyond certain things. These people have said they want Tinubu back. And the mandatory transmission may not make it easy for them. So they kill it, because it's only when you don't have mandatory that a glitch can come. And you continue. If you remember, my of PDP was, he walked out and said, you have not fulfilled the law. But the leader of the ZLB, then let the others back and say, we have confidence, continue. That's why that collection continues. Because ZLB block people, we are interparty, we have confidence in you. We forget so much. It has very serious implications. The people, somebody said today, did you want Senate President to commit suicide by putting that in clause when he has told us, told TDP to go and sleep on the very first day they launched the Lagos Calabar Highway. You can go and sleep in 2097. You will return there. First project. These are plans, and they have just been trust for Nigeria. All the people, who don't represent Nigeria, they represent themselves. That's why I said they redefined democracy, not as government of the people, by the people, for the people, but government of a group, by a group, for the group.
Thank Thank you very much, Chief Aya, for coming on to the Global News on Signature TV. Thank you very much for your invaluable comments. The Minority Caucus of the Senate on Thursday dismissed claims circulating in the media that the National Assembly had rejected the electronic transmission of election results, the ongoing amendment to Nigeria's Electoral Act. Addressing journalists at the National Assembly on behalf of the caucus, Abia South Senator Ainaya Baribe said the Senate did not vote against electronic transmission, but rather clarified and strengthened the wordings of a provision. According to him, what the Senate passed was a clear provision for the electronic transmission of results distinct from the term transfer using the 2022 Electoral Act, which it describes as vague and open to misinterpretation.
The Senate did not, I repeat, did not pass transfer of results, which was in the 2022 Act. What we passed, and which the Senate President himself, when he was doing a clarification sitting on his chair, is transmission of results. And I need to make this very clear. Every one of us who is a senator, who has the privilege to represent a senatorial district, came here under the trust of their senatorial zone. And the reason for us to go into a closed session was so that we can tidy up all the niggling things inside there. And when we now come back to plenary to pass it, that we will pass it without any rancor. I can assure you, on my honor and the honor of all of us who are standing here, that both the Electoral Committee of the Senate, then the Ad hoc Committee of the Senate, and also in the executive session that we had, that we all agreed on section 63, which is electronic transmission of votes.
Baribe further disclosed that the Senate had set up an ad hoc committee to review the electoral reform report before deliberations in a closed executive session. The lawmakers resolved outstanding issues before returning to plenary. The lawmaker also clarified that the harmonization process between the Senate and House versions of the bill had not yet been concluded, as the Senate must first adopt its votes and proceedings formally before the conference committee can meet.
The Harmonization Committee was set up also yesterday because when the House version and the Senate version differ, because there were so many other things, including timelines, that now differed. You set up a harmonization. Those harmonization is what you use to make sure that you come to one single document which the president will now sign. So that is where we are at the moment. But I need to add one further thing so that Nigerians can rest assured. The Harmonization Committee cannot meet because the document that we use to go to the harmonization is the document passed by us and ratified by the votes and proceedings. So there's still one more step left by the Senate to take.
The executive director of YEGA Africa, Samson Itodo, says the Senate has betrayed the trust of Nigerians and made rubbish of all the gains made in the electoral process. Itodo, who spoke in a live television interview, described the action of the Senate as a dangerous retreat from some of the lofty reforms that were introduced by the 2022 Electoral Act. said that the Senate President is lying to Nigerians because what the Senate passed was against what was provided in the report of the two technical committees of the National Assembly that updated the law in electronic transmission of results. It only noted that while the Senate has introduced some draconian provisions that would undermine the preparations for the 2027 elections, especially logistics, said that what the Red Chamber did cannot be said to be the outcome of a thorough job, insisting that the Senate owes Nigerians a lot of apologies. The senators urged President Bola Tinubu to adequately fund the nation's security agencies to strengthen the fight against banditry and other security threats across the country. This followed a motion raised on the matters of urgent public importance by Senator Muntari Danduse, representing Katsina South, over a deadly bandit attack on a community in Faskari local government area of Katsina State. Senator Danduse recalled that armed bandits stormed the community, killing several residents, destroying houses, shops and vehicles, and leaving many people homeless.
35 people have been attacked and killed across Funtua zone, 24 in Faskari local government area, 8 people in Dandime local government, 2 people in Funtua local government, 1 person in Kankara local government area of Katsina State in less than 24 hours. Mr. President, concerns that the incessant banditry attack on communities will significantly impact food production and agricultural activities, as more than 50,000 farmlands are not cultivable presently, thereby jeopardizing food security and livelihood of the people.
Senate Chief Whip Mohammed Mongodon emphasized that addressing security challenges remains a core responsibility of the Senate, while Senator Wadada Ahmed warned against negotiating with bandits, saying it emboldens criminal groups to inflict more harm.
This area in question is an agricultural heartland where a lot of foodstuffs and cash crops are being produced. And as a result of this insecurity, many farmlands has been displaced. People are unable to engage in their agricultural activity and therefore negatively impacting on food security of the country. Therefore, the directive of Mr. President that a military formation should be established in that area with a view to securing the lives and properties of the people should be implemented as captured in the prayers.
So we should stop by all means negotiating with bandits, and we should be reminded that security is for all. We should encourage our constituents that have empowered us to be here to be much more responsive and committed to the issue of security.
The Senate President Godswill Akpabio in his reaction called for the endorsement of the use of sophisticated drones to monitor and secure prone areas and expressed concern over videos showing local government officials negotiating with bandits.
So I understand the anger, but also note that there are a lot of things involved. They only go for soft targets. We can't have military barracks in every village in Nigeria. The country is very vast. So they go for soft targets, and when they go, they cause maximum damage. And by the time we move there, we now become reactionary. So I have also advised that we do everything to explore the possibility of using very sophisticated drones in very vast areas that we cannot man with human feet. So I assure you that the Senate, the National Assembly in general, will
The Senate further urged the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and the National Emergency Management Agency to immediately provide relief materials to victims of a casino attack. A minute silence was observed in their honor. Over 100 people were found dead on Tuesday night following a deadly attack on Boro and ENUGU communities, the Kayama local government area of Kwara State, by Islamic militants. Several other people were also killed after bandits pounced on Abande community in Bakio Ward, Turankwande local government area of Benue State. Governor Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak disclosed the figure on Wednesday night while addressing residents at the palace of the mayor of Kayama, explained that the victims were local Muslims massacred for refusing to surrender to extremists preaching a strange doctrine. He added that President Bola Tinubu had approved the immediate deployment of an army battalion to the area to prosecute counter-offensives codenamed Operation Savannah Shield. Lakurawa, an armed group linked to the Islamic State Sahel province, is believed to have carried out the attack, which has further put the federal government security campaign under public scrutiny. Residents said the attackers had earlier moved around border villages in neighboring Niger State, preaching that locals should abandon Nigeria's constitution and embrace Islamic law. Some reports suggested the attackers operated from forests around the Bogu axis, with security analysts linking them to extremist elements suspected to be expanding sleeper operations in border communities. Senator representing Kwara Central, Saliu Mustafa, urged the deployment of more troops in the affected areas, describing the attack as a tragic reminder of a need for stronger vigilance and community cooperation. Next is business news.
The Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) will issue an implementation roadmap for open banking within 3 months to address technical gaps delaying adoption, according to its FinTech Report 2025. The plan includes rolling out standards, governance structures, and consumer awareness initiatives. The roadmap forms part of wider reforms, including regulatory sandbox upgrades, data portability rules, and regional regulatory passporting. The CBN also plans to introduce digital banking licenses and strengthen AI-based fraud detection as demand for open banking infrastructure grows among fintech firms. Nigeria's net foreign exchange inflow fell by 18.3% year-on-year to $48.1 billion in 9 months to September 2025, from $58.8 billion in 2024, driven by weaker inflows. Total inflows declined 15% to $83.71 billion, while outflows fell 12.2% to $35.65 billion. CBN inflows dropped sharply by 30% to $28.72 billion, while autonomous inflow fell 6.8% to $54.99 billion. Net flows through the CBN plunged 62% to $3.04 billion, while autonomous net inflows declined 11.5% to $45.02 billion. Diaspora remittance also weakened, with international money transfer operators' inflows down 15.7% to $3.22 billion. The Central Bank of Nigeria reports that Nigeria's Purchasing Managers Index (PMI) rose to 55.7 points in January 2026, indicating expansion in economic activity for the 14th consecutive month. Out of 36 subsectors surveyed, 31 recorded growth. The industrial sector expanded at 56.0 points, with 14 of 17 subsectors growing. The services sector posted 54.5 points, marking its 12th straight month of expansion, while agriculture recorded 54.2 points, extending growth to 18 consecutive months. The report also showed moderation in input and output prices, with sharper declines in output prices across the composite, services, and agriculture sectors. This is business news in Global News. Chimizi Zadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Still to come, suspects identified in disappearance of 4-year-old in Australian outback. We're ready to talk. U.S. News anchor Savannah Guthrie pleads for return of abducted mother. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Medical humanitarian NGO Doctors Without Borders, known by its French initials MSF, says one of its hospitals in South Sudan was hit by a government airstrike amid renewed fighting between soldiers and a coalition of opposition forces in opposition-held areas. The night attack on the hospital in Lankian, Jonglei State on Tuesday marks the 10th attack in 12 months on an MSF-run medical facility in the country. It came after the South Sudanese government in December imposed restrictions on humanitarian access in opposition-held areas of Jonglei, restricting MSF's ability to deliver essential medical assistance there. MSF said the hospital was evacuated and patients were discharged hours before the attack, after it received information about a possible strike against the city. But one of MSF's staff members suffered minor injury. In a separate incident, MSF said its health facility in Pierre, also in Jonglei, had been looted on Tuesday by unknown assailants, making it unusable for the local community. Gulbat Shah, MSF's operations manager in South Sudan, stressed that the charity had shared the GPS coordinates of all the facilities with the government and other parties to the conflict before, and had received the information that they were unaware of their locations. Government spokesman Atene and Army spokesman Major General Lu Ruakwang did not immediately respond to media requests for comment. MSF highlighted that it was the only health provider serving about 250 people in Lankiang and Pierre. But Shah said MSF would make the necessary decisions to protect the safety of their staff and healthcare facilities there. The NGO said the targeted attacks on its facilities have forced the closure of 2 hospitals in the Greater Upper Nile and the suspension of general healthcare activities in Jonglei, Upper Nile, and Central Equatorial States. China's leader Xi Jinping called Taiwan the most important issue in China-US relations during a phone call with US President Donald Trump on Wednesday. Xi had told Trump to be prudent when supplying weapons to the island, adding that he attaches great importance to ties with Washington and hoped both sides will find ways to resolve their differences. Trump cast the call as excellent and long and thorough. He added that Beijing is considering buying 20 million tons of U.S. soybeans, up from the current 12 million tons. The two leaders last spoke over the phone in November about a range of issues, including trade, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, fentanyl, and Taiwan, according to Trump and China's foreign ministry. Apart from Taiwan and soybeans, Trump and Xi also discussed the current situation in Iran and China's purchase of oil and gas from the U.S. in the call on Wednesday. Xi said the self-governed island was China's territory and that Beijing must safeguard Taiwan's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Police say a suspect has been identified over the disappearance of a 4-year-old boy who went missing in the South Australian outback. Lamont was last seen playing outside his home on a remote sheep station near Yunta, about 300 kilometers from Adelaide, on 27 September. His grandmother left him alone for about half an hour before checking on him, only to find the boy missing, prompting one of the largest land and air searches in the state's history. Police said the person who lives on the property has been identified as a suspect but confirmed the boy's parents were not under investigation. In the days and weeks after the boy was reported missing, police conducted extensive searches covering about 470 square kilometers, an area roughly twice the size of Edinburgh, around his home, the Oak Park Station homestead. In late October, police wound down efforts and appointed a 12-member task force to continue the investigation. That task force sifted through previous statements given by family members, which identified a number of inconsistencies and discrepancies of the timeline around the boy's disappearance. Investigators said they had initially considered 3 possible scenarios: the boy walking off, he being abducted, or someone known to Gus was involved in his disappearance and suspected death. Given the remote location of the property, police ruled out abduction, and there was no evidence to suggest Gus had merely wandered off. U.S. news anchor Savannah Guthrie has posted a video message tearfully pleading for the return of her abducted mother and seeking proof from her captors that the 84-year-old is still alive. Nancy Guthrie went missing in the middle of the night from her home in the state of Arizona over the weekend. Authorities said they suspect she was kidnapped and they are working with the FBI to authenticate a possible ransom note. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos has described an all-hands-on-deck search with dogs, drones, helicopters, and federal agents to find the missing woman. And that's it on international news.
Next is entertainment news with Queenette Mokonta.
Famous Nigerian actress Omotola Jalade has addressed the alleged feud with her colleague Genevieve Nnaji. It is widely believed that the movie stars were not in good terms. However, addressing the popular assertion during a recent interview, Omotola, who clarified that they were never fighting, noted that people don't need to be best friends. Omotola accused fans of pitching them against each other, explaining that the fans started the quarrel before they even realized it, and that they only had to catch up with what was already being framed as a fight, insisting that there was never any real quarrel in the first place. Nollywood actor Bolanle Ninalowo has been appointed as the Atlanta United States coordinator for a President Bola Tinubu support group known as Relax, Tinubu is Fixing Nigeria, RTIFN. Ninalowo made this known in a post shared on his Instagram page, announcing his appointment. The actor shared a RTIFN poster that has his picture and All Progressive Congress APC logo. Ninalowo accepted the appointment and captioned the poster to express that he was honored to serve as the coordinator for Atlanta, USA, under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. RTIFN is an advocacy group founded by Sheyi Tinubu to promote President Tinubu's administration. The actor made the announcement hours after Sheyi presented an appointment letter to celebrate businessman Obi Kubana as the Southeast coordinator for City Boy Movement, a campaign group for Tinubu's re-election in 2027. American streamer and YouTube star Kai Cenat has described Nigeria as a destination worth promoting globally, saying he would return to the United States and encourage people to visit the country following his current trip to Lagos. Speaking during his visit to the state on Wednesday, Cenat reflected on his return to Nigeria, noting that the experience has been deeply meaningful to him. The popular streamer also spoke about his ongoing efforts to support children during his visit to the country, explaining that while the process has not always been straightforward, he remains committed to making a difference. Asking about his plans during the rest of his stay, Cenat said he would focus on understanding Lagos better and connecting more closely with people. Nollywood actress Angela Okorie has appeared in a video apologizing to fellow actress Mercy Johnson following her reported release from detention. In the video, which surfaced online, Angela Okorie expressed regret over the controversy involving her and publicly asking Mercy Johnson for forgiveness. She said, "I am sorry, Mercy Johnson, please forgive me. The actress described the incident as a difficult and humbling experience, noting that it gave her time to reflect on her actions and the impact of her words. She also appealed to the public and her fans for understanding, stressing her desire to move forward peacefully. The video has since generated reactions across social media platforms, with mixed responses from fans and industry observers. While some praised her for taking responsibility, others called for reconciliation and calm within the Nollywood industry. As of the time of this report, Mercy Johnson has not issued any public response to the apology. And that's the entertainment news. Queeneth Mokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We come from a place of values. A place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention, our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person.
This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright
Hello, wonderful viewers. So welcome to Signature Evening. Wow, my name is Christopher Lely, and I am excited to be here with you tonight. I won't be doing this alone. I've got with us the beautiful Oma. Oma, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. It's been a wild day.
Right?
I mean,
like I want to take it that since from Tuesday, yesterday, and today has been very, very busy.
Yeah, it is. I'm glad that I usually have this program to just sit and unwind.
Cool time,
honestly,
right?
It's just a moment for me to unwind and to have fun with our lovely viewers. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I am Princess Ken Achoma. Now, starting off this evening with our Indie News headlines. Our headlines for this evening are: President Tinubu approves establishment of Southeast Investment Company to drive regional development. Senate Minority Caucus insists electronic transmission of results is retained in the electoral bill. Kwara massacre. Federal government faces hit as 100 fear dead. Reps ad hoc committee probes agri subsidy funds. We have our interviews. We're bringing to you a replay of the ENUGU State documentary. We have a fashionista, entertainment and sports. And then, where we talk about what's trending for the evening. In the news segment coming up next.
President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of the Southeast Investment Company to pool resources for the funding of projects by the Southeast Development Commission. The Vice President Kashim Shettima disclosed this in ENUGU while declaring open a 4-day summit organized by the Southeast Development Commission at the International Conference Center, ENUGU. Our correspondent has the report.
It has been a gathering of top government functionaries, development partners, civil society organizations, traditional and religious leaders, the diaspora community, organized private sector, women and youth groups, and indeed, all segments of the Nigerian society. They all gathered at the International Conference Center for the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum, with the theme Charting a Shared Path to Sustainable Prosperity for the Southeast. The gathering focused on developing a long-term evidence-based roadmap aimed at transforming the socio-economic landscape of the 5 Southeast states, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo, by the year 2050. Declaring the summit open, the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, commended the governors of the 5 Southeast states for what he described as the development strides in their states, saying the region has never had it so good. Shettima announced that the president has approved the establishment of Southeast Investment Company to enable the Southeast Development Commission pool resources for the development of the region. He said the Southeast region matters so much to the present administration as a central pillar of the nation's economic growth and urged the Commission to think beyond quick fixes and focus on a future based on inclusive and comprehensive growth. The Minister for Regional Development, Abubakar Momo, told the SEDC not to see itself as another layer of government that should compete with state governments. Momo charged the Commission to reset the development of the Southeast through a coordinated vision for development. The representative of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, in Nigeria, Elsie Atafua, noted that the Southeast hosts one of the most powerful incubation models that has nurtured and grown enterprises. She observed that Nigeria represents a test case of making regional development to drive national growth and urged the SEDC to evolve credible long-term plans that would outlive political circles and translate objectives to practical transformation.
As a pillar of national development, through the federal government's establishment of a dedicated Ministry of Regional Development and strengthening regional development commissions, including the Southeast Development Commission, and their explicit linkage to national economic coordination.
Speaking on behalf of the diaspora community, the chairperson of Umuigbo Unite, Ijeoma Okoli, said Nigerians in the diaspora have enough financial capacity that could help drive development in the region. She advised the Commission to collaborate effectively with various institutions and organizations to drive its agenda for the overall good of the region. The consensus here is that there's the urgent need to upgrade infrastructure, drive industrial growth, deepen human capital development, and attract sustainable investment to the region, as well as promote regional integration and a shared path toward lasting prosperity of the Southeast. In Enugu, Christopher Lely, Signature TV News.
The Minority Caucus of the Senate on Thursday dismissed claims circulating in the social media that the National Assembly had rejected the electronic transmission of election results in the ongoing amendment to Nigeria's Electoral Act. Addressing journalists at the National Assembly on behalf of the caucus, Abia South Senator Enenyinya Ebaribe said the Senate did not vote against electronic transmission, but rather clarified and strengthened the wording of the provision. According to him, what the Senate passed was a clear provision for the electronic transmission of results, distinct from the term transfer used in the 2022 Electoral Act, which he described as vague and open to misinterpretation.
The Senate did not, I repeat, did not pass transfer of results, which was in the 2022 Act. What we passed, and which the Senate President himself, when he was doing a clarification sitting on his chair, is transmission of results. And I need to make this very clear. Every one of us who is a senator, who has the privilege to represent a senatorial district, came here under the trust of their senatorial zone. And the reason for us to go into a closed session was so that we can tidy up all the niggling things inside there. And when we now come back to plenary to pass it, that we will pass it without any rancor. I can assure you, on my honor and the honor of all of us who are standing here, that both the Electoral Committee of the Senate, then the Ad hoc Committee of the Senate, and also in the executive session that we had, that we all agreed on section 63, which is electronic transmission of votes.
Okay, you're welcome. That disclosed that the Senate had set up an ad hoc committee to review the electoral reform report before deliberations in a closed executive session where lawmakers resolved outstanding issues before returning to plenary. The lawmaker also clarified that the harmonization process between the Senate and House versions of the bill had not yet been concluded, as the Senate must first adopt its votes and proceedings formally before the conference committee can meet.
The Harmonization Committee was set up also yesterday because when the House version and the Senate version differ, because there were so many other things, including timelines, that now differ, you set up a harmonization. Those harmonization is what you use to make sure that you come to one single document which the president will now sign. So that is where we are at the moment. But I need to add one further thing so that Nigerians can rest assured. The Harmonization Committee cannot meet because the document that we use to go to the harmonization is the document passed by us and ratified by the votes and proceedings. So there's still one more step left by the Senate to take.
Over 100 people were feared dead on Tuesday night following a deadly attack on Woro and ENUGU communities in the Kayama local government area of Kwara State by Islamic militants. Several other people were also killed after bandits pounced on Abandi community in Mbako Ward, Toran, Kwandi local government area of Benue State. Governor Abdurrahman Abdurrazak disclosed the figure on Wednesday night while addressing residents at the palace of the mayor of Kayama, explaining that the victims were local Muslims massacred for refusing to surrender to extremists preaching a strange doctrine. He added that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had approved the immediate deployment of an army battalion to the area to prosecute counter-offensives code named Operation Savannah Shield. The Kurawa, an armed group linked to the Islamic State Sahel province, is believed to have carried out the attack, which has further put the federal government security campaign under public scrutiny. Residents said the attackers had earlier moved around border villages in neighboring Niger State, preaching that locals should abandon Nigeria's constitutions and embrace Islamic law. Some reports suggested that attackers operated from forests around the Bogo axis, with security analysts linking them to extremist elements suspected to be expanding sleeper operations in border communities. The senator representing Kwara Central, Saliu Mustafa, has urged the deployment of more troops in the affected areas describing the attack as a tragic reminder of the need for stronger vigilance and community cooperation. The House of Representatives ad hoc Committee on Agricultural Subsidy, Intervention Funds, Aids and Grants Program has summoned the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS), and other concerned financial institutions to appear before it. The resolution followed a motion raised by the Deputy Chairman of the committee, Sunday Umeha, during an investigative hearing held in Abuja. Umeha expressed concern that despite several letters sent to the affected government agencies and financial institutions, they failed to honor the committee's invitation.
Mr. Chairman, I also move that all the relevant processes for issuance of relevant summons on these aforementioned agencies and of financial institutions be activated, completed, and duly served on them. Mr. Chairman, we cannot let the Nigerian people down. Federal government of Nigeria have shown good faith, have shown that it actually cares for the people of Nigeria by investing this huge amount of money in the agricultural sectors, but there have been outcry that what we have gotten in return is far below what is expected.
Earlier at the hearing, Jaiz Bank, Unity Bank, and some other financial institutions that appeared before the committee were unable to provide certain requested documents. Abubakar Makinta, Jaiz Bank chairman of the ad hoc committee, Jabo Aminu, directed the banks to submit comprehensive details of funds, inflow and outflow, as well as full records of beneficiaries, among other documents. Dissatisfied with the submissions made by some of the financial institutions, the committee adjourned the hearing and rescheduled it for Tuesday next week for further scrutiny. Speaking at the session, Jamo Aminu reiterated the committee's determination to ensure transparency and accountability in the management of agricultural subsidy and intervention funds.
Be honest, the documents were not actually the information you just provided are missing in the documents here. However, we will seek the indulgence of the committee to enable us, put the documents in the order you just mentioned, and probably make an appearance in the next sitting coming up next Wednesday.
Right to even present. I thought you have that from introduction up to 15th, so that we can move on, so that members would know you are referring page A, page B, page C, page D. And I haven't done that. Now it comes down. And even this way, it's not. This is not a presentation. You cannot tell us how much you received, how much you disbursed, what is outstanding, what is not stated here. And at what page, which schemes are you undertaken? A, B, C. You have not done that. You have not shown us that.
And that's it in the news segment. Stay with us for Fashionista.
Welcome back. On today's episode of Fashionista, we're bringing to you a recap of the fashion event that took place earlier in the year. Stay with us. Welcome to Fashionista. We're starting off the year with a bang. Today we're looking into the Pite Imagine Uomo Fashion Festival. The 109th edition of Pite Imagine Uomo which took place in Florence from January 13th to 16th, 2026. Pitti Immagine is an Italian company that promotes the fashion industry and design, a business that has since extended to the food, wine, and perfume sectors. The birth of Pitti Immagine has its origin with Giovanni Battista Giorgini, when at the beginning of the 1950s, he organized the first fashion shows in the Sala Bianca of the Palazzo Pitti. It organized trade fairs, communication events, and cultural initiatives. Pitti Immagine Uono represents the most important event for Pitti Immagine. It is organized every 6 months and has a global importance for men's fashion. The 109th edition of Pitti Immagine Uono took place in Florence from January 15th to 16th, 2026, widely regarded as the largest menswear trade show in Europe and one of the most important globally. Pitti Uono's influence extends far beyond its scale. It plays a pivotal role in shaping menswear trends, both within the fairgrounds and across the city. The official theme for this edition was motion, chosen to reflect the constant evolution and dynamism of the fashion industry. This concept explores fashion as a body in motion, serving as a metaphor for style that keeps pace with changing cultural and social rhythms. Fashion media long coined the term Pitti peacocks to describe attendees who dress with confidence and individuality, blending classic luxury tailoring with contemporary and experimental elements. In recent seasons, however, there has been a notable rise in female attendees. Rather than simple borrowing from menswear, these women are redefining it, creating fluid, hybrid looks that combine masculine codes with feminine silhouettes and sporty influences. Their growing presence at what is traditionally a menswear event reflects a broader cultural shift toward gender-fluid, interdisciplinary fashion. We see a strong emphasis on refined, assertive, and contemporary classic tailoring, as we also noticed that there were in high attendance from international buyers, particularly from the UK, US, Northern Europe, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Finland, Japan, Greece, and Portugal are noted users. A street spectacle with the Vatali Barberis Canonico and Suit Walk, plus sustainability-focused initiatives, showcasing digital integration, functional fabrics, ethical sourcing, and new brand launches, including Barakuta Women's Wear. Now, key highlights included a strong presence from Northern Europe, Japanese designers like Soshitsuki and collaborators blending heritage with modern needs, all emphasizing movement and traditional transformation in fashion, showcasing fall-winter 2026-2027 collections with a focus on classic tailoring's return and innovation, sustainable approaches, attracting significant international buyers despite market caution. We have Signaturetv, or known as the Poetry of Functionality. Inside the Fortezza de Bassa, Signaturetv unveiled an almost surreal world out of time. The former Central St. Martin's graduate from 2013 anchored his dreamlike aesthetic in the snow-covered landscape, inviting the audience to slow down and take it all in. Covered around a concept of poetic workwear, the Japanese designer's Fall-Winter 2026-2027 collection plays on contrasts, from utilitarian precision and soft silhouettes to technical details and patterns with a childlike touch, a sensitive fashion proposal where practicality is stained with emotion. Soshi Otsuki, known as the dialogue between cultures. Soshi Otsuki, 35, is the second Japanese designer invited this season to present his first European runway show. Winner of the 2025 LVMH prize, he chose the majestic setting of the Basilica of Santa Maria Novella to unveil his collection. Inside this historic space, his fall-winter 2026-2027 show reflected the dialogue he creates between his Japanese roots and 1980s Italian elegance. The designer's admiration for Mr. Armani is not a secret. His tailoring was impeccable with a suitable and spot-on color palette. The audience responded with a standing ovation. Head Manie, or the art of mastering contrasts. Guest of honor for this 109th edition of Pite Uono, the Paris-based Israeli designer, took over the former halls of Florence train station with a precise coed show. Among silk and raw wool, natural tones and metallic flashes, Head Manie explored the fertile tension between opposites. His remarkable command of tailoring is on full display through the geometric silhouettes with bold volumes, and especially through sumptuous pleated linens, clean and precise. The 109th edition of Pite Uono is the historic menswear fair that takes over the 14th century Fortezza de Bassa in the center of Florence twice a year. With two rising Japanese guest designers on the bill this season and a spotlight on the disruptive next gen of Korean fashion, it was a bumper year for East Asian talent at the fair, a theme organizers leaned into with a series of tangential talks and events, including bringing Tokyo's Siberi Sampe suit walk to Italy for the first time, where hundreds of men walk the streets in their sharpest tailoring. As for the shows, Shinya Kozuka staged a poetic snowstorm in a hall behind the medieval fortress, while on Thursday afternoon, 2025's LVMH prize winner, Soshi Otsuki, received a standing ovation for his masterly crafted exploration of 1980s power suiting, making for one of the most talked about displays of the week. But it was Israel-born Head Manie who took center stage, representing his headline runway in a 1930s palace next to Santa Maria Novella train station, a collection that twisted familiar wardrobe icons through beautifully wrong construction. And that's it on today's episode of Fashionista. All right, coming up next is our sports package for the evening. Do enjoy.
Super Falcons will open a residential training camp on 20 February as preparations intensify for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations WAFCON, football officials confirmed on Wednesday. The defending champions have been drawn in Group C, where they will face Zambia, Egypt and Malawi at the Continental Tournament, scheduled by the Confederation of African Football (CAF) to run from 17 March to 3 April 2026. Beyond continental glory, the tournament also forms a key part of Africa's qualification pathway for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup, increasing the stakes for the 9-time African champions. Head coach Justin Madugu and his technical crew are expected to use the camp to assess players ahead of final squad selection, while implementing tactical sessions, fitness programs and, where possible, friendly matches to sharpen the team. The Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) has been urged by stakeholders to ensure adequate logistical support, including the organization of warm-up fixtures, to guarantee optimal preparation for the tournament. Kun Khalifat FC have announced their immediate withdrawal from the Nigerian Premier Football League (NPFL), following disciplinary action taken against the club for failing to honor their matchday 24 fixture against El Kanemi Warriors. The controversy arose on Monday when the newly promoted side, who currently sit at the foot of the league table, failed to appear for the scheduled match. In response, the NPFL board charged Kun Khalifat with violating the league's framework and rules. As part of sanctions, the league deducted 3 points and 3 goals from Kun Khalifat, awarding them to El Kanema Warriors. The club was also handed a suspended fine of 10 million naira, which would be enforced should a similar offence occurred before the end of the 2025/2026 season. Kun Khalifat were given 48 hours to appeal the ruling. However, instead of lodging an appeal, the club issued a statement on Wednesday night confirming its decision to withdraw from the league. Cristiano Ronaldo has not left Riyadh and continues to train with Al Nassr, dismissing reports that he had gone on strike, despite widespread claims in the Saudi media that the Portuguese star had refused to attend training amid a breakdown in relations with the club. Portuguese outlets record reports that Ronaldo remains in the capital and has not missed a single scheduled session, with full participation expected in Wednesday's training under Jorge Jesus. While his commitment on the pitch remains intact, Ronaldo is said to be deeply frustrated by Al Nassr's lack of activity in the January transfer window and by the controversy surrounding Karim Benzema's proposed move from Al Ittihad to Al Ahly. He reportedly viewed the situation as evidence of an unforeseen playing field, believing Al Ahly received preferential backing while Al Nassr struggled to strengthen. Although the Benzema move was ultimately blocked, the absence of major reinforcements has compounded his dissatisfaction. Monaco midfielder Paul Pogba has been dropped from their Champions League squad. This means the French midfielder will not feature against Paris Saint-Germain in their knockout round playoff. Pogba was initially part of the squad for the first half of the campaign. He is one of 3 players excluded, with the others being Mohamed Salisu and Takumi Minamuna. The clubs has, however, drafted in Crepin Diatta, Wild Face and Simon Adingra. Pogba has made just 3 appearances this season, and all those games came in League One. The former Manchester United and Juventus man did not come off the bench against Pafos and Galatasaray in the Champions League. Sprinting legend Usain Bolt has expressed his belief that his long-standing 100-meter world record is safe from the current generation of athletes, revealing who he would prefer to eventually surpass his historic mark. The 8-time Olympic gold medalist set the seemingly untouchable 100-meter record of 9.58 seconds at the 2009 World Athletics Championships in Berlin, a time that has remained unchanged for nearly 2 decades, while formidable rivals like Tyson Gay and Johan Blake have been close with 9.69 seconds. Bolt remains confident that his record would stand for the foreseeable future. That's sports news on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
All right, in the moments we're bringing to you a documentary on the ENUGU State Government House. One that evaluates its policies, its projects, and the people at the heart of it. How has ENUGU improved since the time the government came and now? What are the things they have done to improve the lives of the citizens of the coast city-states? Do enjoy.
We are local.
Right, the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is ENUGU, vibrant, active, and growing with purpose. A city once known for its failed infrastructure and insecurity is today telling a different story. Since May 29, 2023, the administration of Governor Peter Simba has embarked on what many describe as an ambitious transformation drive in recent history. From roads to schools, healthcare, agriculture, security, tourism, housing, transportation, infrastructure development, and many more. ENUGU is rising. My name is Chinemere Mikebun, and stay put as I take you through the administration's scorecard and how it has redefined the state and impacted on human lives.
At the heart of this transformation is a clear governance philosophy, development that touches lives, restores confidence, and positions ENUGU State as a competitive destination for investment, innovation, and sustainable growth.
We're expected to continue to sustain that momentum. When we initially made the promise and the commitment to do things differently, to grow our economy exponentially, to eradicate poverty, to make ENUGU the #1 destination for business and investment, living and tourism. It was thought that this was some part of those political slogans. But our people have become accustomed to the fact that this is real and this is happening before them. And one of the major flaws of human beings is that we tend to forget the state of things, the way things were before we started on this journey.
Education forms the foundation of any progressive society. In a bold move to reposition learning, the ENUGU state government launched the construction of 260 smart green schools across all wards of the state. These schools are not just buildings, they are hubs of digital learning, innovation, and creativity. Fully equipped with modern facilities,
The smart schools represent a deliberate investment in human capital development.
My former school, birds are there, people steal, and grasses overgrow. Here there is clean lockers, clean chairs, and beautiful tables for my teacher. Here is so beautiful and I'm learning something here so much. Here is so big and beautiful. Then grass school is so small and ugly.
Let me commend the Itambas administration for what he's doing, improving the standard of education and general infrastructure. So I think it needs commendation.
When you say tomorrow is here, actually I will call him the man who saw tomorrow, that the youth should be able to compete globally. So him building and proposing to build 2 more, because we started that we're going to build 8 of modern technical and vocational education schools in ENUGU State. So what do we have now? He has added 2 more, so we're going to have 10. So when you visit GTC ENUGU, you see what we're saying. So look at that GTC, imagine 9 more in ENUGU State, where youths are prepared not just to learn academic work, but also coming out with technical skills. So right now at GTC ENUGU, we have state-of-the-art workshops in culinary arts, in fashion and garment making, the hostels, you see them, the construction and building and construction department. We have renewable energy and solar installation department. We have ICT, we have ICT hub, we have digital media and creative media department. We have all that, and also we have students that are hungry to learn. The plan originally was to have the school to be full boarding school, so you can get the whole child prepared, holistically coming out, being ready for the workforce or even to become self-reliant. So they will look at it and when we opened up and students say, we say it's all boarding school. Some parents didn't find it, affordable. So right now the school is heavily subsidized by the state.
Beyond schools, healthcare delivery has also taken center stage. Across the 260 wards of ENUGU State, Type 2 primary healthcare centers are built to ensure accessible, quality medical care for both urban and rural dwellers.
Each of those hospitals have a place where the health worker works to stay with the community members and look after their health. We also note that each of those Type 2 primary healthcare centers has got solar power, so that we're not relying solely on the national grid. The entire healthcare architecture is being remodeled. It's not only primary healthcare level and secondary healthcare level. The corporate hospitals and general hospitals are also being remodeled and being facilitated.
260 tier 2 health centers being built within a space of two years. The mission of His Excellency Vice Applicant to this by today is for the good of ENUGU State. We are investing for us to reap both in the short time and in the long time. And everybody should be happy with His Excellency Vice Applicant for what they are doing in ENUGU State.
There's whereby we have emergency and we go to some various hospitals. They say the doctor or the nurses will say that they don't have chance, that the doctor is not around. When something is on emergency, Type C Primary Hospital Center at Abapa here, and which is very good in ENUGU State, so that we won't have a short of hospital in most instances of emergency.
Complementing this effort is the 300-bed International Healthcare Center, a flagship project designed to reverse medical tourism and provide world-class Medicare within the state.
It will be an attraction for medical tourism. I see ENUGU becoming a tourism hub medically. If that hospital, that 200-bed hospital is completed, it's going to be a great one. It will also improve the economy of the state and in extension, the country. Because by the time we have such a viable hospital, you'll see some companies like pharmaceutical companies and other industries that produce medical utilities coming in to establish. So I believe it's going to go beyond just medical services. It will also provide economic boost.
Transportation is critical to economic growth. With the introduction of 100 compressed natural gas buses, electric taxis, and modern bus terminals, ENUGU is redefining urban transportation with a cleaner, more efficient, and environmentally sustainable transport model. According to the Commissioner for Transport, Obiozo, the goal is clear: to position ENUGU as the leading transport service provider in the southeast and across Nigeria.
The administration, of course, have set out a bold vision to modernize transportation in ENUGU State. And that, of course, is multimodal, from land to air to rail to waterways. And of course, you've seen the governor's strides in aviation.
To boost food security and rural prosperity, the government procured over 200 tractors, while additional units are being assembled locally. Through farm estates, agro-processing initiatives, veterinary services, and public-private partnerships, modern agriculture is being pursued not just for subsistence, but as a profitable business for economic growth, sustainable wealth, and job creation.
Besides the tractors, His Excellency has also massively supported our farmers with free inputs, fertilizers, seeds. When we talk about seeds, the quality seeds. And that has led to the massive production in agricultural products. It is also worthy to mention that between 2023 and 2024, His Excellency embarked on massive cultivation of cassava for bioethanol refining. And in that project, 1,000 hectares was cultivated of cassava. And the free cassava stems of improved variety was given to our farmers. And that's why, if you compare the price of cassava between 2023, 2024, and 2025, you see that there is a huge drop. And the same was also done in rice production. This year alone, we intend to ensure that no grain of rice comes in from outside India. Rather, rice will be exported from India.
A cluster where our farmers are going to be allocated 1 hectare of land in their own vicinity. So they're not taking them away, it's in their own villages. They come into the farm estate is cleared, it's fenced, it's gated with a central warehouse, and tractors are sent to the farm estates. Agronomists from the Ministry of Agriculture go there to help the farmers to coordinate and farm as one big farm. When we talk about agriculture, the biggest problem we have is post-harvest losses. So farmers farm, they try to look for how to sell. So in order to help farmers to come out of this quagmire, His Excellency has enabled the ENUGU marketing company to be a marketing partner that helps to aggregate and obtain products from farmers. So it becomes a full cycle closed loop system that helps our farmers to focus on productivity while the system helps them to market their products. So it's more like a support to the civil servants, to the workers. And the workers of ENUGU State can go to the marketing company and buy things on credit, foodstuff made in ENUGU on credit.
Housing development features prominently in the administration's agenda, with a target of about 15,000 mass housing units. Projects like the Akwoga Nike Mass Housing Estate with 133 2-in-1 housing units and the new ENUGU City Initiative are reshaping the state's urban landscape, offering dignity, comfort, and economic opportunity.
So we have identified the places, we've done enumeration of those people who live there, people who have genuine titles and those who don't have genuine titles. So the idea is that we will now, it's not going to be difficult to say, park out, let us rebuild, then park it in again. If they also had, that place is very what we call the urban poor. They want to live in an urban area, they live in an urban area, they don't have enough money to pay for kind of accommodation that's with there. the government has taken it upon itself to relocate them to a very, very well built area.
I can tell you those being located doesn't have a building all in suit. At worst, you might have an apartment of 1 toilet. And if you actually go there, you will see that a lot of mess. Like the last time I went there, we couldn't even drive into any of those buildings. We parked a distance away. We took a walk. And there's no comparison to mud houses to watch this modern structure you have here.
We are standing at the International Conference Center. A few meters away is the Hotel Presidential, once moribund, now revitalized. This is a reflection of Governor Peter Ndubuisi Simba's clear commitment to revitalizing state-owned infrastructures and converting them into productive assets to stimulate tourism, commerce, and of course, job creation. Let's take a look.
Tourism is being deliberately addressed as a major revenue earner. From the International Conference Center to the Hotel Presidential, iconic landmarks are being restored to global standards. Strategic security interventions, including the demolition of criminal hideouts, have reclaimed these areas, restoring safety, public confidence, and investor interest.
You look at hotels springing up, International Conference Center, look at the Presidential Hotel, look at the multipurpose hall built in Presidential Hotel. Now, back to the eco-tourism, which is actually where His Excellency has invested and is still investing so much money. We are developing the first phase, and this first phase, we have 6 tourist sites, namely, of course, our flagship site, which is our home waterfall. We have the pyramid at Nsude, the forgotten pyramid. But now we are bringing it back. We are revitalizing the pyramid and then adding, we are not just facing the pyramid, we're also adding other things, okay, to the site. That's where we are going to have the first canopy walkway in Southeast, and then the longest in Nigeria.
Fantastic place, fantastic place. The place is beautiful. You know, the town, the layout, the roads, fantastic, clean city, clean city.
ENUGU is actually like a very, very fun city, right? And ENUGU is literally one of like the best places you want to be to celebrate your December. So I'm enjoying it as you can all see, and it's fun.
Just as tourism is gaining momentum, sports development is witnessing a new impetus. In preparation for hosting the 2026 National Sports Festival, the reconstruction of Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium and the development of a new games village are underway.
Vision is wonderful, it's exceptional, and he also, because of that vision, we in the sporting dimension, that field, are now hopeful that the future is bright.
The successful marathon race held months ago further demonstrated the state's improved security and road network. Perhaps the most visible sign of ENUGU's transformation is its road infrastructure. Following the completion of 141 roads, the government has approved the construction, expansion, and rehabilitation of an additional 1,022 urban roads, marking the third phase of what is now the most ambitious road development program in the state's history.
This year alone, we are going to commit resources to construct over 2,000 kilometers of roads. Over 2,000 kilometers of roads in our 2026 budget is massive, and we are doing everything possible for the award of contracts for those roads to commence. We are building roads that will last for many years, that will outlive us. So this is one, that is one of the main focus in the ministry. Since I came on board, my focus has been on quality assurance or quality of infrastructure delivery we have. Also building a new city. Many people don't know, when we say we are building a new city, many people don't really understand. The thing is, when you are thinking of a new city, you are talking about a new estate. The new city is beyond an estate. The entire old ENUGU is about 14,000 hectares. The new city is 10,000 hectares. So we are talking about building an entire new ENUGU city. It's going to be massive. Coming down to ENUGU South, we have done a lot of projects in ENUGU South. But let me start with the road construction you did in ENUGU South. Since I was born, I have never seen a road built like this. Towards Mekebile and Jujukobo, the road there is one thing I've never seen in my entire life. The whole soil removed and filled up with the sand, and before started doing stone beds and all those things. It's a quality road. I've never seen it. And that thing have discongested the traffic within the urban houses. Because if you have issue going to mayor, formally, sometimes you stay in traffic for 1 hour, 2 hours, just. It's something that is not even up to 5-minute drive. You stay there for 1 hour, 2 hours. But that road have decongested the traffic. You can walk towards that Emekebile down to Mount, or you can walk from that Emekebile down to Menu or down to One Day. All this road have been tried.
The road is doing from Amapa to Opiensuka is dualizing the road, and the one in Presidential Road is fine, everything is working well.
Security remains the backbone of development. The ENUGU state government has strengthened its security architecture with AI-enabled DRS vehicles, surveillance cameras along major corridors, a central command and control center, VTOL surveillance drones, patrol vehicles, motorcycles, and over 800 protective gears. These investments have significantly improved safety across the state, creating an environment where businesses and communities can thrive.
We dedicate them for the use of ENUGU, the security agencies here in ENUGU, and for the benefit of our people also here in ENUGU, and to the glory of God. Let me start first on a note of gratitude to immensely express our gratitude to the ENUGU State Security Trust Fund for what we are witnessing here today. It shows your commitment and your unwavering dedication to ensure that we continue to have a safe and secure ENUGU state. Recall that we could not have been able to accomplish all the achievements we have today without having a safe and secure ENUGU.
There are some places like New Artisan, that when you go there, the place is like, you cannot even give an account of, like, that place is something hate has scattered, but due to the present governor is doing good thing there, that place is now okay, it's organized. And lastly, I like about this, our governor, security is being secured here. In anything you are doing, and before you say A or anything happens, you see that some men are around checking what is going on, So I want to really appreciate him. He's doing a good job in this state.
ENUGU stands as a symbol of intentional development, purposeful leadership, and renewed promise. Beyond the festivities lies a state rising, driven by vision, strengthened by infrastructure, and open to opportunities. ENUGU is not just celebrating today, it is building tomorrow today. Indeed, tomorrow is here.
I want to assure you on our part that the trust
and the mandate you've given to us, we hold it sacred. The social contract we have with you, we're going to live by it. We're going to serve you with our strength. We're going to serve you with everything we have. We're not going to let you down.
ENUGU Rising, a story of leadership, resilience, and progress. Tomorrow is here.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
What happens when there is rise in remote work? What happens when the awareness for the, remote work system becomes prevalent in the society? How does one adapt? How does one cope? How does one adjust from the traditional work system to the remote working system? This was a conversation we had with Ben Dano, and that's what we'll be bringing to you in a moment. Let's enjoy.
We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
$3 billion this year. We are witnessing a fundamental shift in the soul of our workforce. We are no longer just a nation of local employees. We are a global talent hub with over 1.5 million Nigerians now targeted to participate in the international remote marketplace. Joining us to discuss today is Ben Dano, a content writer, digital marketer, a brand strategy, who will share insight on how this shift is reshaping Nigeria's workforce and economy. As technology advances and global connectivity increases, remote work is revolutionizing traditional office norms. In Nigeria, where infrastructure challenges and traffic congestion have long posed hurdles to productivity, remote work offers unprecedented opportunities for flexibility, access to global markets, and talent mobility. But what drives this shift, and what are its implications? From digital freelancing platforms and co-working spaces to work-life balance and cybersecurity concerns, We'll explore the benefits, challenges, and future prospects of remote work in Nigeria. How are Nigerian professionals and businesses adapting to this new paradigm? What role do policies and infrastructure play in supporting remote work growth? We are discussing the rise of remote work in Nigeria. Welcome, Ben Danos. Really, really great to have you.
Good evening and thanks for joining us.
Hi, good evening. It's so wonderful having you here.
Right, great to have you with us. So we are curious to know, at what point do you see the need to go remote instead of the 9-to-5 office work?
Okay, I would say it's more of a personal thing. I am introverted first of all, and I can be so lazy to go out under the sun, face traffic and all of that. So I sort of, why not I just do something that can be of benefit to me. Since I am this kind of person, I should explore more of this. And again, we had COVID, and again, I also wanted to, grow my blog then, so I had to invest so much in remote works, and then I got exposed to a whole new world.
All right, what would you say is the rationale behind the shifts from a normal 9-to-5 job going to work, dressing up? What would you say is that thing that made people decide that remote job is actually an option for earning a living, rather than the usual dressing up, leaving your house and going to a physical office?
Okay, so the rationale behind it, I would say first of all, is personality, how you think. Some people cannot really cope well with stress. So for instance, you leave your house and you go out early in the morning by 5 a.m. you get back home by 9 p.m. So that stress, not many people want to face that. And some people don't just like going out all the time. And some people don't want to be in a crowded space, even in an office setting where they have more than 5 persons seated in the same office. Some people are just too bad at socializing. So it's not like they cannot work great in a team, but they can, but they just can't, see themselves face all those things. So it's more of personality, personal types, and all of that.
So for you're a remote worker, and there are some, I would say, policies or mode of operations that apply in a physical work environment, coming to work on time, having a particular dress code, right? Now, with the rise of remote work system in Nigeria and in the world, would you say that these policies that apply to workplaces are also applied in a remote work setting?
Yes, this policy apply, but they are not as strict as physical 9-to-5 jobs. So they're not as strict because when you go to the office, you are physically present, you are being monitored. Sometimes if you rest your head on a desk, they'll say, oh, you're not working. You are holding up your phone. They say you're on social media instead of you working. Like there's some sort of micromanagement when you go to a 9-to-5. The roles are there even in remote jobs, but remote jobs gives you flexibility. The roles are still there, but what cannot change is deadlines. When you have to meet your deadlines, submit your project or your documents, so you have to meet deadlines, and if you don't, then you'll face query.
But would you say remote jobs compared to the 9-to-5 and normal traditional office setting, the challenge, power supply, for places where they don't have power supply, that could also be a challenge. And maybe you don't have a good phone or your laptop, you don't have a laptop. Could that be the challenge? And does it now make the 9-to-5 much more preferred to the remote jobs?
Okay, I think first of all is the ideology of the person involved. Some people are exposed and they can use what they have to get what they want. So for instance, I started with a Google Pixel 2 phone. In fact, I started with a Nokia phone, an Android phone that is a mid-range phone, and I started as a content writer, a blogger, writing scripts, copywriting, and all of that, and I did that all from my phone, which was lagging a lot. So if I could go to an office setting, I would have access to better computer systems, I'll have access to electricity, I'll have access to a lot of good things, but I want to work remotely. That's what I want. So I use the resources I have, even when there's no light. I make sure I save up. I get a power bank. Let's say I don't have light, I can go around to where power supply is available and I go there. I feel like, yes, the resources are in abundance in a physical setting, in an office setting. The resources is not that abundant when you're working remotely because you have to provide all of that yourself. But your mentality, how knowledgeable are you? It's not even about knowledge, like how passionate are you about working remotely, so that passion will drive you into managing the resources you have for the better.
All right, now there is this notion that remote workers are, for lack of a better word, unserious set of people, right? And then there is this thing that 9 to 5 or having a physical office does to one. There is the part where you are being taught to, not by any official teaching setting, but by mere interacting with physical people. You are being taught discipline, you're being taught how to work with people, right? Now when you engage in a remote job, like you've already said, some persons are not or some persons don't really know how to interact, or maybe they're scared of interacting with people, as opposed to an office work. Would you say that these assumptions are true, where a remote worker is, on his or her own and don't necessarily imbibe these morals of teamwork, relating properly with people in the outside world?
Yes, I would say it's true, like about 80%. Yeah. So the thing is, remote workers, like people are not tend to be lazy when they are working remotely. So that's why it's only people who are passionate about working remotely that continue working remotely and they meet up their deadlines and all of that. So the thing is, when you work physically, you go to the office 9 to 5, you would see people who also motivates you. You see the work ethics playing out in front of you, where you have your break time. It is so strict that your break time starts by 12 to 1. Anything you do outside that, you are penalized, you face query and all of that. You must be seen actively working. Compared to remote jobs where there are no webcams to monitor you. Some organizations, in fact many organizations, you don't have any webcam watching you, so you just whenever you can lie down for a few minutes or an hour, you walk and then you get carried away on social media, and at the end of the day, you something you're supposed to do during the day, because you are supposed to submit it by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. You choose to do it during the midnight or 1 a.m. instead. So in as much as it gives you the flexibility, it can also make one lazy. But at the end of the day, it's just the individual. Is this person disciplined enough to work during his or her working hours and meet deadlines? So 20% personality, I would say. 80% maybe the setting or how strict the organization is.
All right, you've been into this remote job for the longest time that I could remember. How can Nigerians, for those that are interested in working online without necessarily being in an office, protect themselves against online scams when it gets to do with remote jobs?
Okay, online scams actually, it's in, especially with remote jobs. That's why, some people prefer traditional jobs, so they go to the office physically. So to prevent online scams, there is no 100% way. So just like with regular jobs where you work first before getting paid, or if you are doing freelancing jobs, sometimes you get your 50% payment. Even the people paying you 50% first, they are still scared that you might just block them. Understand? So it's all about the risks. It's all about taking the risks. You get the job and you work. At the end of the month, they pay you. But here are things you should spot to know if these are scams. Number one, if you do not have a proper onboarding. So a proper onboarding, you are not introduced clearly and well into the team. You're not introduced into the organization. The organization doesn't have a digital footprint. It means that there might be a scam if they don't introduce you well to the hierarchy of the organization, if they don't give you an offer letter, if you don't find them on social media. Almost all organizations right now are on social media. If you don't find them on social media, they are likely scammers. If they don't ask you for your, let's say, account number to onboard you, to introduce you to all those, they are likely scammers. And the last thing also you should watch out for is, let's say, how you interact. Normal interaction, by human interaction, the emotions, the conversations, you should know when something is a scam, because you are left with uncertainty. It's unclear. You need clarity for you to actually know that, okay, this is an actual job. So if all these things are not in place, you are likely being scammed. And again, if they ask you to pay any fee, any money, that's clearly a scam.
Right. Mr. Ben, in 2020 was when we, it's not like we did not know about remote jobs, but during the COVID-19 pandemic, there was this, wave that people realized that they can now work from home and, earn money. Now, in that time till now is 6 years. Would you say, or how would you, rate the acceptance, job satisfaction, job creation, employment, productivity? How has this affected the economy of Nigeria? And would you say that the Nigerian system is quite receptive, wholly receptive to remote work situations?
Yes, Nigeria, okay, let me just put it this way. One way you would see or know that it is receptive in Nigeria is that a lot of people around you would say, I want to work remotely. How do I get this? How do I get remote jobs? So you'd see that from when COVID started up till now, a lot of startups have saved money. Okay. A lot of startups have saved money other than renting a physical apartment, which can, workspace, which can cost them millions of naira. They set up their organizations online. Nowadays, the first point of contact between you and a business is their digital footprint. First of all, their website. So when you go to their website, okay, they are legit. You check them on IG, Facebook, TikTok, LinkedIn, before you even want to know their physical address. So all these things, you thinking digitally first, before even thinking physically, shows you how receptive, how you've accepted the possibility of remote job. Because first of all, you've looked for these organizations online even before looking for them physically. Now, a lot of startups are all setting up businesses, and this has helped a lot of people, because setting up a physical business, a physical workplace or company takes extra money to accomplish that, and it takes extra paperwork also. So it cuts down the time, the energy, the stress, the money. It cuts all that down, and that's why we have a lot of startups now. So nowadays startups can close, reopen, reshuffle, restructure their team, come back again. Like, they have that freedom to do that, because Nigeria is so much booming in the remote space.
So let's look at the challenges. What would you say are the major challenges that Nigerians face when they get to do with foreign companies in the remote sector? You understand? We've heard of stories where foreign companies that want to hire, once they find out that you're Nigerian, they seem to feel they're skeptical because they have trust issues with some African countries, especially Nigeria, looking at the whole scam, fraud, and terrorism and what have you. But what has the challenges been like? Have you experienced any, and what do you think are the major challenges that Nigerians may likely face when we talk about remote jobs, especially with foreigners?
Yes, I have faced a lot of rejections, and the thing is, they'll likely not tell you the reason. Most of them likely don't tell you the reason why they reject you, but I'll tell you the actual reason. You've mentioned one, which is just being a Nigerian. Being a Nigerian, they have these, assumptions about you. So number one, they assume that you have a language barrier. Some jobs require that you are fluent in English, and they just assume all Africans are not fluent. They don't have English as their first language, so that would be a language barrier. Number two, electricity issue. They will likely say, there's no light, or these excuses, and we're not reliable. Number three is they are just scared of scams, because scams they just tag Nigerians, all of us, as scammers. And number four is payment method. So a lot of these online or foreign companies use PayPal to pay across borders, you understand? And like with PayPal don't work in Nigeria. But only a few companies can choose to pay through Payoneer or any other, app or whatsoever. But it just takes a lot of credibility for you to stand out as a Nigerian. So you can be favorable to see jobs that give you tests first. So when you get remote jobs that offer you tests, you run the test. These organizations, they look beyond nationality. So these are the ones where you are most likely to get selected.
Now, the way we view, if we're being honest to ourselves, with all the advancement and the evolution of modern day technology vis-a-vis remote jobs, we still have these reservations towards remote working, right? And it stems from a place of education. When you go to school, you're being taught or being prepared for the conventional work. Now, what would you say could be the contribution of the educational system, universities, teaching, to help prepare one for, remote job skill developments? These other things are things, like you've already mentioned, are things that you learn on your own. You learn, you're a brand strategist, you're a digital marketer. These are things you've learned, okay, because I want to work remotely. It's not something you went to school to learn. So how would you say educational system ought to contribute to making, remote job a commonplace, not just an afterthought?
Okay, so for institutions in Nigeria, I think the first thing we should look into is educating the lecturers first, and also in the interviews talk about remote jobs. And this might sound harsh, but they should also look into lecturers who, I don't know how to put this, like who think about tech, who embrace new things, who go with the trend, not lecturers that are stuck in their life where they were many years ago as students. They've grown up and they're stuck in that same curriculum and the way things was. Some people don't like change that much, and lecturers shouldn't be like that. Things are progressing, and lecturers should be the first people to accept change, because they are teaching the new people that are coming up to take over from them. So first of all, a lot of lecturers don't talk about remote jobs. They always talk about, when you graduate, you take your application letter, you go to a company.
Job, yes.
And yeah, that's mostly what they talk about. So first of all, from the lecturers, schools should be very, should look into that. They should be very careful of the lecturers they employ. And they should, even when they have people that are already employed, they should try to educate them. Even lecturers need education, because learning never stops.
All right. With your progress, I mean, you're an accomplished, if I do say so myself, a remote worker. No, you're an accomplished civil servant, right? That works from home. I mean, if we keep saying remote work, personally, it still sounds a certain type of way. It sounds. I'm not. But it's a good thing. It's a good thing that everyone have, crafted their path and they're on it. Now, people like us that still have a physical job, and technology is the new future. Web job is the new future. Are we seeing a future where remote jobs or remote work becomes the order of the day, or we're looking to arrive at a balance where when you come to an organization, you choose whether you want to work from home or you want to work by coming to the office, and not just because maybe this is tech or this is marketing or this is production. Everybody encapsulated in one. It's either you're doing remote, you're working from home, or you're coming to the office. Or are we still going to have this disparison for a long time?
Okay, I think there will come a time where there will be a balance. Traditional jobs won't go away. They will never go away, because there are some jobs that need people to be there physically.
Yes.
And remote jobs also is still growing, is widely accepted now. And the truth is, in as much as remote jobs can sound so sweet, not many people like it. Some people don't like it at all. I have friends that say, I can't imagine myself staying at home working. It will be so boring and I'll be so tired. I want to do the job, I'll be lazy. I rather go to the office where I'm more agile. Like, some people are more outgoing.
Yes.
They want to be at the office. Some people, no matter how sweet or high paying a remote job is, they would never want to work remotely. They want to be at the office. So it just, number one, personality. And number two, the type of the job. So we all know that AI is rising and, coming into many industries and sectors of the world right now. But the thing is, in as much as AI is rising, there are still jobs that, still require human intervention and would still require you to be there physically. So there will be a balance. No one will override each other. But just right now, physical jobs are still widely known than remote jobs.
Okay, so this is going to be the last question for tonight. Now, for those that are interested in going into remote job, just as my colleague earlier mentioned, we talked about the school, how the education system can also involve and put people in the right starts, talking about remote jobs. Let's say school aside, you're already done with school, you're yet to get to school, but you want to go into remote jobs. What are the skills that you should look at acquiring to get you ready and keep you in the business?
Okay, so remote jobs require you to work from a device, your smartphone, your laptop, your desktop. So first of all, you must learn skills that requires you to use your device. That means you can't work remotely as a mechanic, because you need your bare hands to do that, to hold tools, to go physically to the machine and tighten knots and all of that. You need to learn skills that need you to work on a computer. So these skills, digital design, digital marketing, graphic design, programming, anything that requires you, social media management, anything. It doesn't need to be something technical like programming. It can be something as simple as virtual assistant or social media management, you understand? So anything that requires you to work from a device, that should be the first thing in your mind that you should learn. Secondly, after you've acquired that skill, it's now application time. Even if you want to do internship, there are still remote internships also. Now the second step is to not apply for anything physical. You have to shut down physical in your mind. Just take it off. Because if you say I'm applying to remote jobs and they are not coming, let me apply to some physical jobs. Maybe this one no, this one work. No, just do not let your eye or your mind recognize anything physical job. If you see it, scroll and pass. Don't apply. Apply for only remote jobs. Have it in mind that it is only remote jobs that exist in this world. So it's your mentality. When you have it in mind that only remote jobs exist, then you start seeing only remote jobs. It's just like you want to buy a particular phone or a particular car. You just start seeing that car around. So that's how it works.
All right, thank you so much. It's a good thing that I'm actually working in the office. Really.
I can't imagine narrowing my mind to just remote.
So if the salary is one huge amount, to say no, remote or not. Thank you so much, Vendano, for joining us tonight to discuss
We are local.
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, welcome to What is Trending. What's trending? How should the government balance tradition and fiscal responsibility in its annual budget? Is it reasonable for public funds to be set aside for feeding livestock at the seat of power while citizens grapple with rising living costs? In its newly published 2026 budget estimates, the Borno state government has earmarked 150 million naira to feed sheep and goats housed within the government house, a decision that has sparked conversations about priorities, governance, and public welfare. Now, there are a couple of comments coming from this, but if one of the comments, somebody said at this point he wished he was the goat in the government house. But Omar, how do you feel, receiving this whole story of 150 million naira earmarked for livestock within the government house, not in the state?
Let me laugh.
Are you really laughing?
So, a governor of a state
Yeah.
in the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
Yeah.
the giant of Africa, includes in his budget 150 million naira for the what again?
Sheep.
To the rearing
Yeah.
of, it's not even cow. Let's say maybe there is agricultural produce in cow. Sheep and goats for his state.
For his, not for his state, within the government house. It's within the government house. So it's given, these people host people a lot. You never can tell the money that goes into this. Let me just try to put myself in I want to understand from their angle. No, have you never reach rich man house? There's always one celebration. There's always Food is always available.
Do you know there are things when you're making a list, there are things that are called miscellaneous.
Of course.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're a caterer and you're making a list, your grocery list, yes, you can add your livestock to it because this is your job. But there are things in a house you don't include in your list when you're planning for the year that you want to buy. You are setting aside
like
setting aside 1M for goats for the rest of the year.
Okay.
It doesn't make like. So you're saying in the whole year, it's goat that you eat. You will not desire to eat any other thing.
And it's 150 million.
And it's a whooping. How many goats will you eat?
Well,
how much is the goat?
And it's reared over there, so it should be much more affordable there. And buying
if you buy one,
quantity.
If you buy one, buy one cow, buy one lady, buy one man.
Marry them and keep them.
Marry them and keep them. And let them produce.
Yes.
I mean, how much? Okay, let's say you want to have a goat farm or a sheep farm. I don't know the statistics of business, but 5 million at worst, or at most
10 million.
10 million naira. They want to use it to make money.
At least the 50 million, because the people you employ to rear these animals, take care of them,
and you will still make money from them. If say a business you want to do, you will make money from them. Do you understand? But this is just for consumption. You just, I don't know, is it that they will keep it somewhere when they want to buy gold, they will bring out 1 million and buy gold.
Well, just so you know, campaigns will be starting soon this year.
Lately, come on, 150.
What do you want me to say? I'm just trying to there should be a reason for this amount.
Please, Governor, what Governor of Borno State, we'd like you to come out and tell us, like Lily is asking, there's a reason.
Yeah.
There's a reason why you put aside money for sheep and goats. What happened to buying hospital equipment with probably half of that money?
Yeah.
What happened to investing it in something that will give you more money, and then you can, because I would think for 150 million naira, if you're a good businessman, Christopher, if I have 150 million naira, God knows, it's not goat and sheep.
But for in the northern states, goats and sheep now very good business.
I know, it's an investment.
Because it's what they use almost all the time.
It's an investment.
Yes.
But you're not a businessman. Supposedly.
You can still do business as a governor.
With your extra cash. Not putting in the state's government budget that you want to buy cow and goat and sheep for 100 and...
Well, sometimes, let's assume that sometimes we don't trust these people. You know,
we respect too much.
They are good. Yeah, we respect too much. These people are really trying. We can't see behind the scenes, so we don't know.
Look,
the
as long
money
as
here
you're in
and there.
public office, let's not say celebrities now, because celebrities might want to have their private life. As long as you're in public office and you're not bringing your private life, we don't want to know, except people that go about poking. Once you make government matter a public matter, it is everybody's matter. This is you're a government official, so everything you do in the confines of your position is under scrutiny. It is under the eye and binoculars of everybody. You cannot put aside. Let's not even talk about the one of the federal government. The things that even the one they will put, they will remove. Some units, some sectors that should be funded more are underfunded. Education is underfunded. Health is underfunded. Security is supposedly high, but we saw what happened.
Since the judiciary is doing well,
we saw what happened. Judiciary is doing well. I don't even want to digress. We saw how 100 people were killed. Over 100 people were killed in Kwara and what's the other state? I think Benue. Is it Benue or Kogina, one of the northern states, for a country that has security? Now you have, this is Borno State, right? This is the state that has had
going through banditry,
things.
and the rest.
Going through things, people are dying, And out of the benevolence of your heart as a state governor, the first citizen of the state, you decided that it was quite wise and proper for you to take out a whopping 150 million for goats and sheep. Tell me how, in what wave does this make sense?
Well, just like I said, I'm just trying, this is a month of love, okay? I'm just trying to be in a very lighter mood. I want to believe that there are maybe behind the scenes that we have no idea about. He's going to host and celebrate. So they're just, you know, keeping this stuff for future use. Never can tell. But let's not finish all of the conversation.
All of them will die. Future use.
You mean all the cows, all the goats?
I wonder where they will maybe,
as long as
maybe the 150 also might include building
house,
putting television for them.
They'll be growing, like they'll give birth.
Putting house, building a nursery for them.
It could be a good business to look at it from the other way around.
A playground.
So we'll follow up that very situation and get more updates.
Go to
Definitely, we'll get that. Okay, so let's look at some comments from Nigerians, what they have to say about this.
Government house goats eating better than most citizens in 2026. Government house don't get citizens, like animal citizens. Man, government house goats. So when goats gather for meeting, you know, say, oh, I'm a citizen goat.
I'm a citizen goat.
And this one say, no, I'm a government house goat.
And whether we like it or not, these goats or sheep, they will eat well. Because they have to be healthy, so they'll look big and better.
I hope one of them will be like, Daniel, do not feed me with the king's meat. All right, let's take a look at another comment. This is from Francis Yu. Right. 150 million naira to feed sheep and goats in government house. While many people in Borno are still struggling to eat, are the animals
on special diets? Now, wow.
The next comment is from
Diebere. 150 million for feeding of goats and sheep. When did Borno government house become a farm, please? This is an insult to Nigerians.
It is. I mean, I wonder how people, I mean, honestly, with all due respect to the state or to the government of Borno State, there are things that when people do, you will know how they set up their priorities. You know what their skills or preferences are. And this is a clear case of them, because I don't know what is on the rest of the budget for the year, but to have included this, I wonder what the other amounts now, because this, okay, leave your goat and cow, but give it a reasonable, because for this to be noticed by Nigerians and by the public, it is outrageous.
They must have really felt uncomfortable about it.
It is outrageous. It is how much be the budget for the year? If goats and sheep, so where will cow? Because we know that in the northern part, they rely, cow rearing is like the biggest business. So if you are allocating 150 to goats and cow, or goats and sheep, as we've heard, how much would you now give?
No, I think it's because of the economy. Things are really tough. So going into a cow will be too expensive. Now this government is very considerate, and then
or is it like they buy it? Maybe he wants to buy it. I'm hoping he wants to buy it and use and do empowerment scheme.
You never can tell, you know, because in this situation, the way the economy is right now, to bring us such an amount, no, there has to be something really good about
it. One goat and sheep.
Not true, 150.
One goat. Alright, let's move on. Okay, this is from Engineer Oyibo Don. This is laughable. Prioritizing the feeding of animals over human beings is not only terrible, but heinous. To think of such an amount for feeding animals alone is really pathetic. Honestly, forget that we are laughing. It's not. I mean, it's just the Nigeria. It's just Nigeria. I mean,
and if you want to look at it from another angle, it now tells the kind of people we bring to power. You understand? people that what their perspective to the needs of the citizens are. You know, it will shock you. I remember one of the times that one of the governors did one statue in his state, and people were complaining, what is this statue about? What does this signify? You're going to celebrate someone with another whopping amount that are used to do something else. So when people don't really, their project does not center around the needs of the people, it's an issue. And in this 2027, we hope that Nigerians' eyes will be open to know when and where to cast their votes.
True. All right, our next comment is, the next comment we'll be reading this evening is from Bilitso. As in, they want to turn government house to a state-owned ranch. Or, I mean, make it make sense. Are you trying to build an entire ranch? Are you trying, like I said, maybe the 150, they want to build a home, build televisions, and also, room.
If you look at it from the other way around, it may not necessarily be in the government house per se. There might just be a place allocated for this. It has to be close. It may not be. It's the governor we're talking about. It will be protected, right? So property. Yeah, the property somewhere that they can go and check it out and what have you. So it is what it is. Let's check the next comment. Kes Merrick says 150 million naira just to feed sheep and goats in government house. Nigeria priorities never change. They don't. This is really bad. They don't. I mean, you think that okay, in the next year they will do it. It's just like when you are seeing a movie and then okay, maybe I've seen the end of it. And then no, probably, and then in the next season there is one spin or there's one twist to the plot. Like, how do you people come up with these things? Like, we are trying to say, okay, you've said that this one happened to you without notice, that you're preparing for the next year, and then the next year comes, you're not even tackling the one that you said you're going to handle last year, and then you go ahead to throw something else in our faces, and then in the course of the year, we say to us, oh yes, what we said we're going to do, other things that we say we're going to do, we will do them, and in the coming year, and things will get better. Vote for us in the coming year, boom, election year will reach. All right.
Nigeria, Borno people.
Next comment.
Prepare to eat goats and sheep.
That would not be bad if it actually gets to them.
And no food, just goat and sheep.
That's also food on its own.
Okay. All right. The next is from Kes Merrick still. Meanwhile, human food and hospitals still they underfunded, but the goats are living like kings. Why goats and sheep? Do you know what just came to mind?
What?
You know when we read the Bible and we have
separating the sheep from the goats.
And now our dear governor has decided to make them live together as one.
And this is giving not knowing your rights from your left. This is giving.
How do you keep a sheep
and a goat? Even
in the business, you can't rear sheep and goats together.
Well. In business, people have preferences. No, you don't have to rear them like together.
It's a handful.
People can choose either sheep or goat, depending on what they can work with. But I would have preferred maybe goat and cow or sheep and cow. You know, but just like I told you, maybe the government knows better. Let's check.
Let's read more. I think we've read that one.
Yeah. The next one.
Boss baby.
When the sheep and goats feed properly, we will now feed on them. So this investment comes back to us. Oh, wait. In the government house, in the house of a king, even animals are treated like princes.
I mean, I think the first sentence was okay.
She thought you like they will eat it.
And I said, wait, it's not for you. It's for government house.
Okay.
Do you know that's the funny? It's clear now. This is not
a general investment.
This is for people living. Say in ENUGU now, there is the Lion building, and the Lion house, and then there is
A ship
and go
somewhere.
Business going on for. So every day, who employ me in government? Because if you're living in the government house, you know that in a day they might slaughter 5 goats.
So that's what I was trying to tell you.
5 goats just for slaughtering.
You can't come to the government house, to a palace, and you eat what you eat at home, like the whole seasoning cube thing, all the name of chicken or goat or cat. No, you have lumps. Full-fleshed chicken
but
or goat.
This thing, do you know the funny? These things are already accounted for. So why the extra amount? Like it's like, say there was when it was contested if governors should be paid salaries. This is aside.
Because they literally lived.
This is aside.
On the government.
This is aside your allowances. Every governor has every allowance down to. You want to travel from here to Abuja. It's different from monthly allowance
and feeding
allowance. And aside feeding allowance, you have entitlements as the governor of a state. You have royalties that you enjoy. So why do you need to take out 150?
Did I not mention earlier on that campaign will soon start? So you have to start
if you're being
budgeting.
Honest, these things are there.
All these things.
Have you ever gone? Let's take the typical rich man's house. Have you ever gone to a man's house that is wealthy and not see food to eat?
No, you're not getting the point, though.
Food,
of course, they are there.
Meat will be, if it's meat, you will see meat. But you cannot see him putting in his plan for the year. Oh, I'm keeping aside 100 million to buy goats and cow this year. No, now.
Well, maybe you've seen one now. Let's check the next comment.
Governor.
All right, so
let's take a few more before, just a couple more before we sign out. Blessed said, with us maybe human beings never chop. Now they feed good. This is from Blessed. All right.
Let's check the next
Victory.
comment.
I think we've read this one.
Yeah.
Victory said, I for like be one go to because I not chop word. I not chop word these days. Honestly, that when you see that you start wishing for things that are not even right. You start wishing you're good. This will be our last comment for tonight.
150 million naira for goods and sheep in government house. Meanwhile, basic public services are still struggling. This raises a serious question about priorities and governance. Feeding livestock shouldn't cost more than investing in the people who actually live in the states.
Lives of humans matter. I don't know where I heard that conversation that there's a law, is it law now that is meant to protect livestock, right? And I don't know at the point where the life of animals became as valuable as the life of humans. I don't know when. I don't know whether we're now budgeting to have special safety rights, housing for governments. We now have some set of animals labeled government house animals.
Housing for choppings.
It's pretty sad. If you're being honest, it's pretty sad that. But then again, he has written. They've prepared the bill. They've passed it. Hopefully, it's been approved. And once it's approved, all these seeking approval are just mere semantics. Once a governor puts out the budget, the House of Assembly accepts it. It's a done deal. Borno people do enjoy.
All right, so hopefully we come up with some updates regarding this very information, just so we just keep ourselves updated on how it is going over there in Borno. And this is how far we go tonight on Signature Evening. It's been an amazing night, the conversation, the interviews, and we look forward to doing this with you tomorrow, Friday, from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. My name is Christopher Lele.
And I am Princess Ken Ochoma. See you tomorrow.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well. Rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people, our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts. This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life and purposeful in every action we take. It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person.
This is about all of us. You are invited.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders,
you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We come from a place of values, a place where hard work and discipline is taught early. We were taught that excellence is intentional so that we stand firm, build and do our work well, rooted in the knowledge of our origins and the strength of our people. Our stories are shaped by resilience, our paths are built on consistency. From the hands that create with precision, skills live here, creativity thrives here, excellence is practiced here, where every detail matters. We tell our stories with clarity and share our truths with confidence. We build influence with intention. Our voices reflect who we are and carry our identity. We build a strong foundation in the dignity of honest work, pride in showing up every day, strength in consistency, respect for the process, and strong value in our efforts.
This is who we are. Rooted in service to humanity, guided by compassion, driven by responsibility beyond self, committed to life, and purposeful in every action we take.
It is not just a conversation, it is representation, it is preparation, it is intention made visible. And it is history taking shape from the dream team. We can do it.
February 14th, 2026.
International Conference Center, ICC. This is bigger than one person.
This is about all of us. You are invited.